Good morning. Distinguished members of the Governing Council of the Inter-parliamentary Union, dear colleagues, good morning. A very warm welcome to you all to our 216th session of the Governing Council. I hope you and your families are well. As Vice President of the IPU, it is an honor and privilege for me to replace the President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, who is unable to join us due to parliamentary elections in her country. She asked me to convey to you all her warm regards. Our Governing Council represents much more than just a meeting. It embodies our shared desire to engage in dialogue, to cooperate, and to work together to build solutions tailored to the challenges that lie ahead. In a constantly changing world marked by uncertainty and complexity, it is essential that we pull out expertise, sensibilities, and convictions in order to advance our projects and ideas. I'd like to thank all those who worked to organize this meeting, as well as each one of you present here today for your commitment and availability. The diversity of our backgrounds and perspectives enriches the Council and forms a solid foundation for our collective action. Dear colleagues, we are meeting today in a global context marked by unprecedented humanitarian crisis, where solidarity, responsibility, and respect for humanitarian standards must be at the heart of our actions. Conflicts, natural disasters, and health crises have severely tested the resilience of vulnerable populations. As parliamentarians, we have a crucial role to play in ensuring compliance with universally recognized humanitarian standards, such as the protection of civilians, access to aid, and respect for humanitarian rights, fundamental rights. We must also resolutely support humanitarian action by facilitating access to crisis areas, mobilizing resources, and advocating for a rapid and effective response. International cooperation and parliamentary engagement are essential to ensure that aid reaches those who need it most while respecting their dignity. In the same vein, I don't think I need to highlight the importance of solidarity, dialogue, and mutual respect. It is in spirit that we will be able to move forward and meet the challenges ahead of us together. During our 216th session, which I hope will be a fruitful one, we will have the opportunity to address major issues, exchange views with respect and openness, and take decisions that will shape the future of our community. I encourage you to participate actively, to express your ideas frankly, and to listen carefully to those of others. I wish you all fruitful debates and deliberations. Dear colleagues, we are meeting today to finalize the details of the 151st Assembly, but also to present to you the work carried out by the Chairwoman, the Secretary General, and myself over the last few months. We will inform you about the decisions taken by the Executive Committee, which will require your approval. We will also discuss issues of great importance to our organization, such as the budget and financial status of the IPU. I will also be delighted to present for your approval the candidacy of the IPU member and request for observer status. All these issues may not seem very interesting, but I kindly ask you for attention and support for our proposals. I also invite you to ask questions if any matters require further clarification. Please remember that in these times, when the international situation is very difficult, our organization and its work are extremely important. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to say a few words to the members. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me join you in welcoming all delegates here to this 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union. I just want, on behalf of my colleagues in the Secretariat, to offer our ongoing support as you embark upon your deliberations, and we hope, as Madam President has just said, that these deliberations will be productive and fruitful. You have a very rich agenda, and I just want to let you know that we are there at your disposal. If there is any assistance that you require from us, please let us know. So, Madam President, without any further ado, let me give you back the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Dear colleagues, let me remind you to take under consideration some tips which can help us to make our debate much easier, fruitful, and create nice atmosphere. As we are about to start our meeting, may I seek your support to help us address all the items on our agenda in a timely manner, but being brief and conscious when you take the floor. In addition, in order to ensure the accuracy of the summary records of our meeting, may I ask you to introduce yourself and your parliament when you take the floor. Finally, let's make it easier for us all to listen to each other by keeping silence when colleagues take the floor. I thank you in advance for your attention and cooperation. So now we have to adopt the agenda. So I would like to proceed to the business of the day. You have before you the provisional agenda of this Governing Council session, document CL 216A, date 18 June 2025. I take it that we can adopt the agenda of this session of the Governing Council. Thank you. The agenda is adopted. Under agenda item number 2, we shall proceed with the approval of the summary records of the 215th session of the Governing Council held in Tashkent on 6 and 9 April 2025. The summary record were shared with all members on 21st July 2025 and we are available on the IPU website. No objections have been brought to my attention nor to the Secretary General. I therefore take that the summary records of the 215 session of the Governing Council can now be approved. So is decided. Thank you. Under agenda item number 3, we are called to elect the President of our current Assembly. Dear colleagues, in accordance with established practice for assemblies taking place in Geneva, where there is no host parliament, the IPU President is usually nominated President of the Assembly. May I take it that you wish me, replacing the IPU President, to preside over this 151st Assembly. Thank you. I will be pleased to share these responsibilities with some of you over the coming days. Now, we have to move to the point 10. Dear colleagues, universal membership is still one of our core objectives. I wish to thank you all who continue to support that objective. A year ago, a delegation of the Parliament of Brunei Darussalam observed our 149th Assembly with a view to affiliation to the IPU. Today, I'm delighted to inform you that the Executive Committee received a request from the Parliament of Brunei to join our parliamentary community and became our 182nd member parliament. The Executive Committee unanimously endorsed this request, and I am pleased to submit it for your approval. Do you approve the recommendation of the Executive Committee to accept the Parliament of Brunei's membership request? It is so agreed. Thank you. I wish a warm welcome to the Parliament of Brunei. I'd like to invite Honorable Abdul Rahman Taib, Speaker of the Parliament of Brunei, to come to the podium and say a few words.
Is he in here?
To jest dalej?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency Vice President of IPU, Secretary General of IPU, Excellencies, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. It is indeed a great privilege for my delegation and I to be here in this esteemed city of Geneva, Switzerland, at the 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union, IPU. The Legislative Council of Brunei Darussalam is deeply honored that the Governing Council has approved our membership in the Inter-parliamentary Union. Allow me, Madam, to convey our sincere appreciation to the IPU leadership and esteemed members of the warm welcome extended to us. This indeed is a proud and historic moment for the Legislative Council of Brunei Darussalam, as it represents a long-cherished aspiration which is now finally fulfilled. At a time when our world is constantly dealing with disruptions and faces many complex challenges that transcend borders, we recognize the vital role of parliamentary diplomacy and collaboration. We therefore pledge to play our part in advancing the principles and objectives of IPU for the benefit of our people and the international community. We are fully committed to contributing constructively to the work of the IPU, to learning from the experiences of fellow members, and to be able to share our own perspectives in the spirit of solidarity and mutual respect. We look forward to beginning fruitful exchanges of knowledge and experience with fellow members of Parliament. The IPU aligns with Brunei Darussalam's collective international efforts to advance and promote best practices in governance. Brunei Darussalam look forward to contributing in meaningful ways to the IPU, and together we hope to build a future of peace, stability, and sustainable progress. Finally, in the enduring spirit of friendship, unity, and cooperation, I extend my best wishes for the continued success of the 151 Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union. I thank you. Wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. In the meantime, I'd like to inform you that the Executive Committee received a request for reaffiliation from Niger. At its last session in Tashkent in April this year, the Governing Council decided to suspend the affiliation of Niger to the IPU due to ongoing absence of the functioning parliament in the country. In May this year, a transitional parliament was established in Niger, the Advisory Council for the refoundation. In recent years, several other IPU member parliaments in West and Central Africa have established transitional parliaments following coup d'etat and thus maintain the affiliation to the IPU. The Executive Committee had two very fruitful conversations with the Speaker of the Advisory Council of Refoundation, during which he explained the nature and composition of the Advisory Council, the extensive reforms underway in Niger, and the rationale for the request to rejoin the IPU. Principally, the Advisory Council is seeking IPU support to accompany its work to restore democracy and good governance in this country. Pursuant to the IPU's mission to strive for inclusivity and universality and to assist all national parliaments seeking to uphold democratic values, the Executive Committee endorsed the request from Niger and decided to submit it for your approval. The Executive Committee requested the Secretary General to continue to engage with the Advisory Council and to explore how best the IPU could provide support. Do I take it that you wish to endorse this recommendation by the Executive Committee? It is so decided. Thank you very much. I wish a warm welcome back to our member. I invite Speaker Jean Garay to take the floor.
Bonjour. A very good morning. Thank you. Thank you all. And I'm honored to take the floor this morning to extend my very warm thanks to the Executive Committee, the Governing Council, and all IPU members for having agreed to the reaffiliation of Niger, and so that we can find our place within the IPU family once again. We presented to the Executive Committee, and we described the progress made by the Advisory Council for the refoundation. And we are delighted to find our rightful place once again within the IPU family. I'm delighted, and I also want to transmit the greetings from our President, General Abdurrahman Chani, and his government, who also welcome this decision to accept Niger once again within the IPU family. I also wanted to reiterate our commitment to meet all of our commitments and the IPU's role, and we're very honored to do that. We'll submit regular reports from our Parliament to the IPU Secretariat, and really we're very honored and delighted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before moving ahead, I'd also like to invite all IPU members to redouble their outreach efforts so that we can reach our objective of universal membership and include all the parliaments of the countries recognized by the United Nations in the IPU. Thank you in advance. Dear colleagues, the Executive Committee will address the remaining aspects of this item, so a request for observer status, during its sitting on 22nd October. I will be pleased to report back on its discussion at the Council sitting on 23rd October. So let's come back to the item number 4, report of the President. Activities since 215th session of the Governing Council. Dear colleagues, under this item, I ask the Secretary General to present a brief report of the President's activities since the 215th session of the Governing Council, which I will complete with details of my participation in some meetings on behalf of the President of the IPU. I will then report to you on the activities of the Executive Committee. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for this opportunity to present the IPU President's report. As has been told to you, unfortunately, she cannot be with you because of other pressing matters at the domestic level, and I have the singular honor of presenting her short progress report to you. Madam President has been very busy in her country, as I say, on very pressing national issues, but that has not really distracted her from the responsibilities that she has accepted and you have entrusted to her as president of this organization. And you will see from the short report that we are presenting that she's been very active in representing this organization in high-level meetings that have taken place since she last reported to you in Tashkent earlier this year. And one such meeting where she represented the IPU was the 19th meeting of the East African Community Bureau of Speakers of Parliaments that took place earlier this year in Dar es Salaam itself, and that was in May. She did represent the IPU at that meeting. Then we also have what she has done at the global level, where in July this year, she and myself, we were pleased to participate in the high-level political forum on sustainable development, which is that body that has been established by the United Nations to review and monitor the implementation of the SDGs. So we were in New York, where we participated in the stock take of the SDGs, and in our own meeting there, we discussed good health and well-being, and also gender equality, and you can see some of the pictures there. Then we have what Madam President has done in support of the IPU's mandate to promote inclusive societies. And in this particular regard, I would like to mention, she mentions actually her participation and leadership in the second Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue, which took place in Rome in June 2025. And this meeting was organized in cooperation with the Italian Parliament. And Madam President has asked that her thanks be conveyed to the Italian hosts for having been such gracious hosts for this very important meeting, which also was marked by an audience with the newly elected Pope Leo. So this is work that we will be continuing in order to build a coexistence between communities that may think differently, but who want to work together in the interest of peace and harmony in society. Madam President also reports that she spent some time chairing some very important IPU meetings, as well as meetings organized with partners. And in her report, she mentions the chairing of the preparatory committee of the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament here in Geneva in July. During that meeting, she was able to lead the preparatory committee to finalize the outcome document of the Speakers' Conference, which will be tabled to you subsequently during this session of the Council. She also represented the IPU and moderated discussions at the interactive multi-stakeholder hearing that took place at UN headquarters in July this year. And that meeting was held to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And there it was noted that the IPU, as the Global Organization of Parliaments, is leading, it continues to trailblaze efforts to promote women's rights, rights of women and girls. Then we also have the meetings that Madam President has convened and chaired, including ongoing consultations with a view to preparing for the election of the new Secretary General of the Inter-parliamentary Union. She also chaired the prize selection board of the Crema Passi Award and participated in the inauguration of the European Union with Friends meeting, which took place at the high-level political forum in New York, which focused on experiences in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. The President would like to use this opportunity to thank all those who contributed to the success of the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, including those who were on the preparatory committee with her. She also reports on the deliberations of the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, which she contributed to chairing here in Geneva just before the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. You'll receive a separate report on that event later during this session of the Governing Council. Madam President, I already mentioned the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. We will be submitting a report later on during this session of the Council, and Madam President has asked that you pay particular attention to the outcome document of that summit, which will be a foundation for the IPU's work in the foreseeable future. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Dear Secretary General, thank you for this presentation. Let me now complete this presentation with the meetings I attend on behalf of the President of the IPU. From September 11 to 13, I have had the honor of participating of the 11th IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians in Lima, Peru. I, of course, acted on behalf of Madam President Tuliakson. Over 110 participants, including 120 young MP from 44 countries, gathered to talk about our commitment to gender equality and parity. For the first time ever, the conference achieved gender parity, with 50% women delegates, and the average age was just 34. I had an opportunity to meet and work with amazing young people there. We were also joined by the President of the Republic of Peru, so former President of the Republic of Peru and current President of the Republic of Peru, because President of the Parliament, Deputy Chamber of Peru, now who hosted us 3 days, now is sworn as a President of the Republic of Peru. Our discussion focused on a growing concern, progress of gender equality in politics in slowing and some areas this even reversing. Only 27% of parliamentarians globally are women. For young women under 30, the figure is just 1.2%, and it's failing. We called for urgent action. We emphasized partnership with civil society and youth-led organizations to expand civic education, promote inclusive leadership, and keep young voices at the center of political life. In Lima, we left united across borders and generation. We made it clear, gender equality, equity, and parity aren't just ideas. They are a responsibility, and we are ready to act. To all of you who were there, thank you for all work done. It was really inspirational to look at a younger generation working hard and fighting for equality. It was an honor to be there, and I'm really convinced that the future is with you, young people. And the next report is a report from P20 meeting in Cape Town. I had also the honor to take part in the P20 summit in Cape Town, which brought together speakers of parliaments from G20 countries and invited partners. I also substitute for Madam President during this important event. The main theme was the role of parliamentary diplomacy in promoting global solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. While opening the summit, I stressed the importance of addressing climate change, gender equality, responsible trade, and the impact of artificial intelligence. During the sessions, we discussed key global challenges: the climate crisis, rising debt in developing countries, and the fair use of natural resources. There was a strong focus of supporting the green transition, ensuring access to clean energy, and involving local communities in decisions. We adopted a joint declaration that calls for stronger international cooperation, more support for vulnerable groups, and greater involvement of women and youth in policy making. On the sidelines, bilateral meetings show growing interest in closer cooperation with Poland, especially in future G20 initiative. The Secretary General and I will be pleased to answer any questions you may have. I can see. If not, let me share with you the comments of the Executive Committee on my report. The Executive Committee took note of this report and expressed its thanks to the President for the activities undertaken. The members of the Executive Committee expressed their best wishes to the IPU President in hope of her re-election in Tanzania at the end of this month. That said, could I take it that you wish to note of this report? It's so decided, saying thank you. I will now report of the activities of the Executive Committee. Dear colleagues, since our last assembly, the Executive Committee has held several intensive and productive sittings. On 29 June in Olympia, Greece, on 17 and 18 October here in Geneva. We will be meeting again on 22nd October to complete certain remaining items of business. Since most of the subjects we discuss are covered by corresponding items on the Council's agenda, we shall report on those matters as we reach the relevant items. But in the meantime, I'd like to brief you on the following. Annual members' reporting exercise. The Executive Committee took note of the encouraging outcomes of the members' reporting exercise and welcomed the substantial number of responses received. It congratulates members on the good practices resulting from the implementation of IPU resolutions. The Executive Committee encouraged members to continue participating in this annual exercise, which is an important tool for accountability in the implementation of the IPU strategy. The Executive Committee also encouraged member parliaments to circulate reports on IPU events internally, to promote parliamentary debates on their outcomes, and to continue to draft legislation aligned with IPU recommendations. Second, 151st IPU Assembly. The Executive Committee was apprised of the preparations for the 151st IPU Assembly. It was pleased to note a good level of participation demonstrating the IPU's strong convening power, including special guest participation from academia, civil society, think tanks, UN agencies, and more. The Executive Committee welcomed the ongoing efforts aimed at maintaining the IPU's relevance in promoting peace and security through parliamentary channels. It encouraged members to take the opportunity of this assembly to promote the peace which the world sorely needs. The Executive Committee noted with satisfaction a practical improvement with regards to the organization of the Assembly, namely the introduction of tear-resistant and biodegradable badges in response to cost on environmental considerations. It commended the Secretariat's efforts to work tirelessly to foster a climate-sensitive environment. 3. IPU initiative in the area of parliamentary diplomacy and mechanisms that deal with crisis situations. The Executive Committee reviewed the IPU's mechanism on crisis management and parliamentary diplomacy, building on previous discussions. The Executive Committee stressed the importance of continuing to build parliamentary capacity for negotiation, mediation, and crisis management, including the rollout of tools and workshops. The Executive Committee called for continued reliance of existing structures with an openness to creating ad hoc bodies or subcommittees rather than establishing new permanent groups dedicated to specific conflict situations. 4. IPU Strategy 2027-2031. The Executive Committee received an update from the consultant responsible for reviewing of IPU strategy and preparing the next update. The Executive Committee took note of the objective of the review process to seek even greater exclusivity than previous years, along with finding new ways of engaging members and leverage evidence of the IPU impact. The Executive Committee encouraged broad participation in the survey and focus group discussing among relevant contacts and delegations. It encouraged further benchmarking efforts and the gathering of perspectives or strategies positioning, especially vis-à-vis the United Nations. 5. IPU Sustainable Policy. The Executive Committee reviewed the draft of the IPU Sustainability Policy considered as the first attempt and subject to ongoing development aimed at clarifying and guiding sustainability practices across the IPU. The Executive Committee made a number of recommendations to support the implementation of the policy, namely, to develop biannual implementation plans with measurable targets and budget allocation, and to explore how other organizations track the emissions resulting from lunch conference. 6. IPU Secretariat selection process for the Secretary General. The Executive Committee received an update of the procedure for selecting the next Secretary General of the IPU, which is strictly governed by the organization's statutes and rules, and a specific procedure last updated in March 2025. The announcement for the position was widely publicized, and some 58 candidates had applied, but the deadline of 1st August. The initial long-lasting and shortlisting process involved the IPU President, Vice President, and Registrar, with a short list of 20 candidates now identified. The Registrar will share through a secure channel the 20 selected applications with the Executive Committee members for confidential review and voting. The top 5 candidates will be invited to the 152nd Assembly in Istanbul for interviews and presentations with the Executive Committee before a vote by the Governing Council on the top 2 or 3 candidates. An executive search firm will assess the shortlisted candidates and facilitate the interview process. The members of the Executive Committee were requested to maintain confidentially and adhere strictly to the prescribed process. 7. Cooperation between the IPU and the Association of Secretaries General of Parliament. The Executive Committee received an update of the IPU's cooperation with the Association of Secretaries General of Parliament, ASGP, provided by its President, Dr. José Pedro Montero. This cooperation is going very well, and the active complementary of the 2 institutions is being further strengthened. The Executive Committee welcomed this fruitful cooperation and encouraged the ASGP to continue with exchange the shared learning along national parliament and between the ASGP and the IPU. 8. Attack on Qatar. The members of the Executive Committee reiterated their condemnation of the September attack on Qatar by Israel, which occurred in the residential area and resulted in civilian casualties. The attack was described as undermining the peace process, and calls were made respect of Qatar's sovereignty and adherence to international law. The Executive Committee seized this opportunity to renew this plea for stronger parliamentary involvement in supporting and promoting peace initiatives in the Middle East, particularly following the recent Sharm el-Sheikh peace agreement. The Executive Committee appealed for the international community to prioritize humanitarian assistance, especially for children, and reconstruction efforts, notably through UNRWA. The Executive Committee also called for strengthening of the relationship between the IPU and the United Nations, especially in terms of influencing UN outcomes and ensuring parliamentary voices are integrated into global decision-making. Do you have any questions on these updates and recommendations from the Executive Committee? I can see. If not, do I take it that you wish to take note of these updates and approve the decisions of the Executive Committee? Thank you. It is so decided. We move to the agenda item number 5, interim report by the Secretary General on the activities of the IPU since the 215th session of the Governing Council. I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General to address item 5 on the report on the activities of the IPU. Dear Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you once again, Madam President, for this opportunity to brief you on what the IPU has been up to since you last met in Tashkent earlier this year. At this time of the year, you don't require the Secretary General to give you a full-fledged report of the activities of the organization. This is a matter for the spring session of the Governing Council. But I normally use this opportunity at this particular time, or if the Secretary General uses this opportunity to give you an update on where we are, how we are faring when it comes to the work program of the IPU. And so let me just take a few moments. I believe you have all received the interim report of the Secretary General. I just want to use a few moments to introduce some highlights regarding this report. I must first of all say that this report is basically a listing of the activities that have been carried out. We have not made any determined attempt to analyze the impacts these activities have had, because as I've just said, this analysis, this assessment is normally done in the context of what we call the impact report that we submit to the Governing Council in the spring of each year. So I use this opportunity therefore to give you some highlights, and I draw your attention to the fact that whatever we do in this organization, we do according to the prescriptions of the IPU strategy, and the current strategy runs up until next year. Let me remind you that the strategy overall is intended to build parliamentary ecosystems that contribute to democracy for everyone. And so you will see from our report that whatever we are doing, we are paying attention to how we can promote and safeguard the values and principles of democracy and make that democracy work for everyone in society in various areas. And you will see from the report that we have identified building strong parliaments as a priority, identifying and promoting inclusive and representative parliaments, supporting resilient parliaments, catalyzing collective parliamentary actions, and strengthening the IPU's own accountability. So you will see that we use Parliament as the fulcrum of all activities carried out by the IPU, of course, taking into consideration the perspectives and opinions and proposals of the galaxy of stakeholders that have revolved around Parliament. And so if you look at the next slide, you will see a brief rundown of what we have done at the global and regional level, at the national level, where I point out we have been present in some 17 countries, supporting each of those countries on specific matters that relate to the promotion of democracy, human rights, gender equality, sustainable development. And we have also, over the past 9 months, published a number of tools that we would like parliaments to be inspired by as they perform their duties, their missions as representatives of the people. And these publications include, you'll have the newly minted report on the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, an issue brief on military expenditure, which I think is very timely given the current state of the world today with the multiplicity of conflicts and the exponential increase in military spending, a toolkit on onboarding new members of Parliament, and yesterday we had the opportunity, and today we will have the opportunity to launch a very important toolkit that is intended to help us prosecute our agenda of making sure that our assemblies are gender responsive. When we go on to building effective and empowered parliaments, there I just want to take you to the situation of human rights, where the IPU focuses on the human rights of parliamentarians. Again, we are very sorry, we are very disheartened to note that the caseload of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians continues to increase. You'll see that map that gives you an idea of where those violations of human rights of parliamentarians are taking place. And the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians will, during this session, be presenting a full-fledged report on their deliberations, but I just want to point out that at this session they have before them some 880 cases of MPs in some 52 countries that they are examining, and we hope that they can find some traction and resolve some of these cases. In the work of this committee, they have received strong support from the IPU Secretariat, and I, as Secretary General, have had the privilege of accompanying them in some of their work. And during this session, we will be reporting to you on the outcome of some of the activities that we have carried out, for instance, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, in Eswatini, where I am pleased to note that we have made some progress. And so we just want to bring this to your attention. We have also been active when it comes to fighting sexism against women in parliaments, violence against women in parliaments, and in April this year we did launch the regional study on the matter, and the findings of that survey are virtually the same as we have noticed in other parts of the world, that sexism, sexual harassment, violence against women are very prevalent in parliaments across the world, and it is important for us to work to resolve this. When we move on to building effective and empowered parliaments, you have that slide there that shows you the countries where we are present with a multiplicity of activities intended to support those parliaments in those countries. And there you will see that there are activities intended to strengthen the administrations of parliament, to strengthen committee work, promote the use of new technologies, including the information and communications technologies, to improve upon parliamentary business, promoting human rights, freedom of expression and religion, countering terrorism, gender equality, health, and the climate. So you'll see those countries where we are present, and I want to use this opportunity to thank the leadership of all those parliaments that are indicated there for their strong support for the IPU's work in their various countries. Let me use this opportunity, Madam President. In your report to the Governing Council, you did refer to the particular region of West and Central Africa, where we have witnessed a spate of military takeovers, but where the IPU is very active in supporting transitional parliaments in that part of the world. We are pleased to note that there has been progress in a return to constitutional normalcy in a number of those countries. I want to mention Chad and ask you to congratulate the Republic of Chad for concluding its transitional process. It has now returned to full constitutional rule with a bicameral parliament that was established earlier this year. We have also Guinea that is making progress in terms of having adopted a new constitution. And we are currently working with the authorities of the parliament in that country, the transitional parliament, to help them devise organic laws that will govern society in the coming years. So we also have Gabon. Gabon will be concluding its transitional process anytime soon, and I'm sure that when you next meet in April 2026, you'll be welcoming a newly minted parliament of Gabon. That is the outcome of a very inclusive process, and I would like to say that the IPU has been very instrumental in helping this country go through a transitional period in a very record period of time. So let me move on to promoting inclusive and representative parliaments, where we just want to report that during this year we have launched the new version of the map of women in politics, which gives you an idea of how different countries are faring in terms of women's representation in government and parliament. Also, we have mentioned in our report the work that we have done in order to follow through with the priority theme for 2025, which is gender equality, given that this year is the year of gender equality, celebrating 30 years since Beijing, celebrating the IPU's own anniversary, the 40th anniversary of the women movement in the IPU. And there, I must say that I welcome the launch of the campaign to promote gender equality, which was carried out in Tashkent earlier this year. It is gaining traction, and I want to use this opportunity, Madam President, members of Council, to encourage all of you to throw your weight behind that campaign, because it's important for us to use this year, 2025, as a year of celebration, but also as a year of stock-taking and rededication to democratic and inclusive governance. I want to mention, Madam President, the specific case of Nigeria, where we are working with the Parliament of Nigeria, as they have before them a bill to improve upon women's empowerment, political empowerment. And it is our hope that that bill, the bill that is before that Parliament, will be adopted so that the new institutions of Nigeria can be more inclusive of the women's community. And we have there just the statistics. I think, let me draw your attention to the number of women, or rather the percentage of women in parliaments as of October 2025. We have women who account for 27.2% of parliaments in the world. This is a substantial progress when compared to 30 years ago, when it was just 11%, if I'm not mistaken, dear colleague. Now we have 27.2%. But the point is that that figure masks a very, I would say, negative trend, in the sense that this, the growth in women's political representation in Parliament has slowed down. It is facing a backlash, as we all know, and it is an opportunity for us to encourage you to fight back against those people who are trying to unravel the progress that has been made in terms of women's representation. For the young people under 30 years of age, the situation is not very good. We see 2.7% of parliamentarians around the world are young people under the age of 30. Indeed, the percentage is down from a previous percentage, as we saw it in October 2024. So there is a need for us to continue to work to rejuvenate democracy and the institutions thereof. I move on very quickly, Madam President, to the next strategic objective, which is supporting resilient and innovative parliaments there. And I just want to point out that our Center for Innovation in Parliament has been very active, working with parliaments across the world and in the regions in order to make sure that parliaments keep abreast of developments in new technologies and are using these new technologies to improve upon their working methods. And so I encourage all of us to continue to support the work that we do in enhancing digital technology. And as you will remember, recently we did adopt a Charter of Ethics on Science and Technology, which actually encourages the global parliamentary community to be very forthcoming in ensuring proper governance of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, so that we can minimize the risks and maximize the advantages thereof. Under catalyzing, that is strategic objective 4, under catalyzing collective parliamentary action, I think we have referred to the Conference of Speakers of Parliament that took place in July this year, as well as the 15th Conference of Women Speakers of Parliament, the parliamentary component of the G20 that took place in South Africa, and each and every one of these events will be reported to you in detail subsequently in this council. And what do I have left in this report? I think I've gone through this. UN, okay. My colleague reminds me that we need to talk about the UN, yes. I believe that our report shows what we have been doing in partnership with the UN in two areas. One, working to influence outcomes at the United Nations, and that is why we are present in all major gatherings of the United Nations, most recently the High-Level Political Forum for Sustainable Development, which took place in New York earlier this year. We have also been very pleased to continue our work with the World Health Organization as we endeavor to bring together these two communities, the communities of experts and the community of policymakers, in order to improve upon health outcomes. And I want to report to you with some pleasure that beginning this year, we have agreed with the World Health Organization to institute an annual gathering of parliaments at the World Health Assembly. This is something that has not happened in the past. The parliamentary session of the World Health Assembly has now become an official event of the World Health Assembly. So parliamentarians will have an added platform for inputting into the deliberations of the World Health Assembly. Otherwise, I think, Madam President, that is what I had to report on in the period that has taken place between, taken place since you last met in Tashkent. I see, as I was concluding, Madam President, I cannot help mentioning the work that we do when it comes to promoting an international trading system that is equitable, inclusive, and transparent. And that is done through the Parliamentary Conference of the World Trade Organization. Recently, we were pleased to host at IPU headquarters the steering committee of that conference, and for the first time, we did have with us the Director General of the World Trade Organization, who was with us. And it was an opportunity for her also to thank the IPU, because we did help WTO promote ratification of the Fisheries Subsidies Treaty, which now went into force, I think it was in September this year, thanks largely to the advocacy work that the IPU has done in support of ratification at country level. So, Madam President, thank you this time. It's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for this detailed presentation, and I'd like to congratulate to Secretary General and the IPU Secretariat for all the work you are doing. And congratulations to Chad and Guinea for completing the transition process, and good luck with your future project to everybody. So thank you very much. Are there any questions arising from the report presented by the Secretary General? Suriname, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like first of all thank the Secretary General for his extensive report and the hard work they have done. For the future, I would like more attention for the small states, especially in relation to the climate change. The challenges which small states are very different and very huge. So I hope that in the future, I will put my efforts every time to ask your attention for the small states. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Suriname. Any other questions or interventions? I can see. So, before we move ahead, I'd like to share with you the feedback from the Executive Committee about the interim report of the Secretary General. The Executive Committee took note of the interim report of the Secretary General and thanked him and his team for their unwavering efforts to implement the IPU strategy through the various activities executed. With a view to promoting impactful activities of gender equality, the Executive Committee encouraged the Secretary General to develop and share best practices from countries with a high representation of women in Parliament, with a focus on sharing methodologies and approaches to policy. It furthermore encouraged continued monitoring and support of legislative efforts in countries with low female representation, and the facilitation of inter-country dialogue and mentorship. May I take it that you wish to take note of this report? It is so decided. Thank you. Thank you again, Secretary General. Let's move to the agenda item number 6, financial situation of the IPU. And I invite the chair of the Subcommittee of Finance, Speaker Milton Dick, to report on behalf of the Executive Committee on the current financial situation of the IPU.
Good morning, honourable members of the Governing Council, Secretary-General, speakers and colleagues. My name is Milton Dick and I am the Chair of the Subcommittee on Finance for the Inter-parliamentary Union. I serve as a member of the Executive Committee representing one of 3 delegates from the Asia-Pacific Group, and I am the Speaker of the Australian Parliament. And on behalf of the Subcommittee on Finance, I'm pleased to present to you on behalf of the Executive Committee, which met as usual to discuss the financial questions ahead of the Governing Council session. Delegates, the financial situation of the IPU as of the 31st of July 2025 shows that the organisation's budget performance is on track for this year so far, and the organisation's finances are currently listed as healthy and stable. Global investment markets had an unsteady start to the year, but the investment portfolio for the Inter-parliamentary Union and its closed pension fund have nevertheless seen a positive return of just over 1% so far. The current situation of voluntary funding is looking healthy for the remainder of the year, and I shall detail the income around that item. With the help of all members, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Subcommittee on Finance for their hard work to assist me in this role. We are pleased to continue to address the accumulated arrears of the IPU associated contributions. I can report to the Assembly we have now reduced the figure to 1.5 million during this year, and that was 2.5 million at the last Assembly. So while good work has been made in addressing the issue of arrears, more work needs to be continued to be done. And I'm very pleased that the Secretary-General, the members of the Finance Committee are paying a very close attention to this area of concern, particularly as we just heard from Suriname regarding the small states and encouraging and supporting them. As a delegate from the Pacific, I am aware of the importance of small island nations and particularly small nations participating in the Inter-parliamentary Union. And I work closely with our Pacific family members from my own region on that topic. It's good to see these results, and I encourage all members of the Inter-parliamentary Union to keep working through your geopolitical groups to bring the arrears figures down further. In this role, I have also addressed a number of geopolitical groups personally to address this matter, but also to be held accountable for the work of the Sub-Finance Committee. The Subcommittee discussed the IPU's draft budget for 2026, reviewed the budget document, which is projected at a total of just under 19 million Swiss francs in income and expenditure, and I will go through some detail regarding that item. 2026, the budget we are discussing, is the 5th and final year of the current IPU strategy. I'm pleased to advise that we have set aside funds for an evaluation of the current strategy and the design of the new strategy for 2027 to 2031. It is critical that we learn from what worked during that strategy, to analyse that work and then to move forward with a new, strong and bold strategy for the 27-31 period. The budget reflects IPU engagement with global crises. We know that there are a number of crises across the world involving multiple conflicts, climate change and environmental emergencies, the effects of the ongoing pandemic, growing inequality. Our parliamentary ecosystems will be mobilising around a range of international agreements and instruments which are set out in the budget document which have been circulated. Integration between the various IPU programs, democracy, peace and security, development, climate change and scientific and technological innovation is proceeding alongside the ongoing important digital transformation of the IPU's working practices. The IPU is supporting parliamentary efforts to manage and regulate the development and use of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, harnessing potential and minimising risks. Meanwhile, we are investing in the digitalisation of our archives, preserving and sharing the long and proud history of this organisation. We must learn from the past, recognise the achievements of the past to build on our future. Full details of the planned activities in 2026 across the 5 strategic objectives are set out in the main body of the budget document. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight how the IPU Secretariat itself is driving down costs wherever possible and striving to do more with less. As parliamentarians, we are the custodians of the finances of the people that we represent. And I commend the Secretary-General and their team for practicing what we preach, ensuring that our organisation is best practice and delivering value for money for parliaments across the globe. So I can report the IPU Secretariat has reduced electricity and heating costs by agreeing to long-term provider contracts and changing all its lighting to lower power initiatives. It has used artificial AI tools in its translation and interpretation work to keep language service costs to a minimum and to help with meetings and note-taking. We have reduced travel costs by holding remote meetings wherever appropriate. Nothing can compare to in-person meetings, but as our world gets smaller, we need to make sure we are using the technology to bring people together. And it's minimised printing costs by managing more publications in-house and only printing on demand. Why is this important? Because we must deliver value for money for people across the world. But there is a secondary component of why I think this is important and why the Sub-Finance Committee is working so hard on this. We also need to reduce our emissions. So this helps along the path to a carbon-neutral IPU. In my own Parliament of Australia, we are a completely green energy-sourced Parliament. And I believe best practice should be encouraged and supported, particularly for small island nations and smaller countries, for them to also help our parliaments to become clean and green. I'm pleased to also report in the budget that there is agenda analysis contents. This is something I think we all need to be aware of, and I can advise that 9% of the total consolidated budget is allocated specifically for gender programs. I also bring to the attention on page 27 of the budget, and I commend the Secretary-General and Madam President to announce that 57% of roles across our own organisation are filled by women. Once again, the Inter-parliamentary Union practising what we preach and making sure we, ourselves as an organisation, is best practice. When I ask the question about the roles and responsibility, I'm also pleased to say that women are in leadership roles across the organisation as well, and being paid for that as well. In terms of income, the core budget includes an increase of 3% in total assessed contributions, in line with the Governing Council's previous decision, to rebalance total contributions back to 2011 levels after a 15-year-long reduction. Meanwhile, the IPU membership has grown, as we have heard today, from 152 to 182, including the admission of Brunei Darussalam. And I acknowledge the Speaker of the Legislative Council of Brunei, His Excellency Abdul Rahman, who have joined us today. Welcome, sir, and welcome to Brunei, to the IPU family. Resource mobilisation from external donors is estimated to generate voluntary contributions of around 4.7 million next year. So, members, that is around 25% of the total income of our budget. Major grant extensions are in place or under negotiations with CEDA, the People's Republic of China and the Shura Council of Qatar. We also have funding agreements with the range of other parliaments, agencies and foundations, including the United Arab Emirates, Ireland, the European Commission and the King Hamad Centre for Peaceful Coexistence of Bahrain, to name just a few. This is important as we encourage more funding sources to deliver more outcomes for services for parliaments across the world. Our budget is currently made up of 80% to deliver program outcomes and 20% for the costs of the IPU. And we want to continue that work to demonstrate for the 44,000 parliamentarians that we proudly represent that there is value for money. So can I encourage you all and all of our colleagues to help with the mobilisation of voluntary funds for the IPU with our own countries and our geopolitical groups. Madam President, I would like to take this moment to thank Ms. Andrée Laubert, the Director of the Division of Support Services and Secretary of the Subcommittee on Finance, for her outstanding leadership and support for the role of the Finance Committee. One of the challenges and opportunities of being the chair of this committee is early mornings here in Geneva means 11 p.m. starts in Australia for our Finance Committee meetings. But lucky I'm a night owl, so I like working through the night. And I thank Mr. Ed Cooper for his ongoing support. The Executive Committee therefore endorses the consolidated 2026, and I'm pleased to recommend it to the Governing Council for adoption. And with those remarks, I wish everyone a wonderful IPU and return to Madam President.
Thank you, dear Speaker Milton. I will now give the floor to the Secretary General to complete these reports.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I don't have much to add to what the Chair of the Subcommittee on Finance has just said. We have been very pleased to work with him and his colleagues on preparing the budget that you have in front of you. They have, over the past several months, been on top of things, making sure that we provide the information that they require, the analysis that they require, and any other support that is necessary so that they can present a budget to you that reflects the resources of the organization, but also the priorities of this organization. And I feel comfortable that the Subcommittee on Finance and now the Executive Committee and the Secretary General and his colleagues see eye to eye on what is in front of you today. I just want to use this opportunity to say how, I would say, heartened we are at a time when we are meeting in a city, international Geneva, where many international organizations such as ours are experiencing difficulties financially and otherwise, and are having to cut back on their human resources and other operating expenses on account of the suspension of funding from some traditional donors and other funders of their operations. I am heartened because we have not yet felt the direct impact of this new dispensation at the IPU. We are, as Mr. President of the Subcommittee on Finance has said, Our financial situation is very much healthy at this stage, and I hope that we can continue to consolidate on this. We hope that the Governing Council will give its blessing to the recommendation from the Executive Committee to approve this budget. But I want to use this opportunity to say that your wholesale support for this budget does not mean that we should continue to rest on our laurels. We should become complacent and take things for granted. We do understand the difficulties that you, as our member parliaments, are undergoing in your own country when it comes to the rarity of financial and other resources. And so we do appreciate the sacrifice that you make to the IPU to provide it with the resources that it requires to perform the mandate you have entrusted to it. We are very grateful to you indeed for this. And I assure you on behalf of my colleagues and myself that we'll continue to make good use of those resources. We'll continue to achieve efficiencies, seek to achieve efficiencies so that we can make very good use, effective use of taxpayers' money that is entrusted to us. I just want to draw your attention to the document on voluntary funding. We are pleased that an increasing number of donors are supporting the organization, believing in the organization, and providing more resources. The document that has been circulated to you, it does not give you the full picture, and I just want to use this opportunity today to acknowledge the contribution that we have now received from the Parliament of Bahrain to the tune of 90,000 Swiss francs, I believe, to help us in our digital transformation work. So I want to use this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain and its Parliament for that show of support to the organization. We, of course, encourage other parliaments and other donor agencies that may be here to continue to trust us, to continue to place their faith in us, and I'm sure that my colleagues and, of course, the membership of the organization will not be found wanting in terms of that trust. So, Madam President, I just wanted to compliment what the chair of the Subcommittee on Finance has just said, while thanking him and his colleagues for the leadership that they have shown in helping us produce this budget and monitor the implementation of the financial situation of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Dear colleagues, the Executive Committee has been apprised, as you have been just now, of the financial situation of the IPU. The members of the Executive Committee unanimously expressed confidence that the IPU finances were being well looked after, its assets by the scrutiny of the Subcommittee on Finance. The Executive Committee was satisfied that the IPU finances are currently sound and healthy. The Executive Committee recommended the organization of a workshop of roundtable for members interested of exploring innovative opportunities for new funding. In addition, it suggested that the IPU share best practices for efficiency gains and digital transformation for member parliaments. The Executive Committee expressed its thanks to the President and the members of the Subcommittee of Finance for their valuable support. Dear colleagues, you have heard an update of the IPU current financial situation. Before moving ahead, are there any questions arising from the reports of the financial situation or the mobilization of voluntary funding? Yemen. Yemen, you have the floor.
شكرا رئيسة.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you very much for the report on the financial situation. As you are aware, we in Yemen, we are undergoing a war for many years. Our resources are scarce, and we are relying on support from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and we thank them for that. But we are obliged to pay our contributions. we would like to ask the Secretary General, the Governing Council, and the Executive Committee to spare us from paying our contributions until we are able to achieve a recovery in our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are any other questions? Burkina Faso, but they must press microphone because I can't give you all. Thank you. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the head of the delegation of Burkina Faso, and as you know, Burkina Faso is a country in transition, and this Governing Council is an opportunity for us to say on behalf of the Speaker of the Transitional Legislative Assembly, Dr. Osman Boukoma, how grateful we are to the Assembly and to the IPU itself for all of the work that's been done to support us in Burkina Faso in our transition. We want to thank the Secretary General in particular, the IPU Secretary General, for all of his support and work to help all countries in transition, including our own. And we sincerely hope that when there is a new Secretary General, they will continue to support us, and we will continue to benefit from this assistance from IPU that we currently see, so that we can emerge from this transition. We really need IPU and its support, and we hope it will continue in the future. So on behalf of the Speaker of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso, that was the message I wanted to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are any other questions? I can't see. May I take that you take note of the reports that have been presented to you? It's so decided. Thank you. Let's move to the item number 7, Consolidated Budget for 2026. Dear colleagues, the draft budget and work program for 2026 have been circulated to all Governing Council members in advance. I again give the floor to the Chair of the Subcommittee of Finance, Speaker Milton Dick, who will address us on this item.
Madam President, I'm pleased to move that and in my earlier remarks, asked for the endorsement of the consolidated 2026 budget and asked for the recommendation of the Governing Council for adoption.
Thank you, Speaker Milton. And now I give the floor to the Secretary General, should he wish to complement this overview.
No, Madam President. I think both the Chair of the Subcommittee on Finance, representing the Executive Committee, and myself have already commented to the financial situation of the organization, its funding situation, and have also, if I'm not mistaken, Speaker Milton Dick has presented the consolidated budget. And it's up to you, Madam President, to ask the Governing Council to endorse the recommendation of the Executive Committee to approve the budget for 2026. So that is the decision that the Governing Council is being called upon to take now. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Secretary General. The Executive Committee expressed its full support for the proposals and consequently recommends the 2026 budget to the Governing Council for adoption. Dear colleagues, I'd like to suggest that we proceed with the full adoption of this budget during our second sitting.
No.
So I have. You can adopt now. So I hear that we can do it now. So, dear colleagues, can I ask you if we know the budget for the 2026? Is it adopted? Thank you. Let's move to the agenda item number 8. So 8? No, 8. Dear colleagues, I'd like to suggest we address this item during our second sitting in 23rd October to give more time for the necessary consultation and for the Secretariat to finalize the appointment process. Do you agree with this proposal? Agreed. Thank you. Now let's move to the item number 11. 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments. Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to now welcome Madam Nelly Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, member of the Executive Committee and member of the preparatory committees of the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. As you certainly know, these two key events took place this summer here in Geneva. Speaker Muti will brief us on the proceedings and outcomes of both events. After her presentation, I will share with you the feedbacks of the Executive Committee on this issue. Madam Speaker, dear Nelly, the floor is yours.
Now. It's okay, okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. The dear Secretary General of IPU, esteemed speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, my name is Nelly Muti. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia and also a member of the Executive Committee representing the Southern African Geopolitical Group, and also I was on the preparatory committee for the summit, 15th Summit of the Women Speakers of Parliament, and also the 60th World Speakers Conference. This is the report that I'm going to render. The 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament was held at the headquarters of the International Labour Organization here in Geneva on the 28th of July 2025. We met at a pivotal moment, 30 years since Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and 25 years since the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. Discussions at the summit reflected deep concerns about the state of the world, marked by rising polarization, declining trust in institutions, and continuing conflict. Women and girls bear the greatest burden, yet their leadership remains unrepresented. Participants agreed that this must change, as it is essential for sustaining peace, democracy, and sustainability. The summit identified 4 key areas of action. First, it was agreed that rebuilding trust in democracy must begin with inclusion. Parliaments must be representative, gender-sensitive, and free from violence and harassment. Women, and especially young women, must be able to exercise leadership safely, confidently, and effectively. Second, participants agreed to place gender equality at the heart of peace and security. Women must lead and participate fully in peace negotiations, humanitarian response, and recovery efforts, upholding international humanitarian law and applying a gender lens at every stage of peace building were reaffirmed as essential for lasting peace. Third, it was agreed that responses to climate change and technological transformation must put women's leadership at their core. Women's participation in climate action, science, and innovation is vital to sustainable progress and to ensuring that digital and green transitions leave no one behind. Fourth, the summit emphasized that gender parity must become a norm, not an exception. While women's representation has advanced, true parity remains distant. Achieving it is fundamental to democratic legitimacy and effective governance. Participants joined the IPU's Achieving Gender Equality Action by Action campaign and committed to take the transformative actions it promotes. Marking 25 years of UN Women's Peace and Security Agenda, marking 25 years of UN's Women's Peace and Security Agenda, the summit renewed our collective commitment to its full implementation. It recognized the crucial role of parliaments in advancing this agenda by ensuring that women lead it. The summit reaffirmed that inclusive leadership founded on parity is the strongest foundation for peace, security, and sustainable development. Immediately following the summit, the 60th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament was held in the newly refurbished Assembly Hall of the Palais des Nations of the United Nations Office at Geneva from the 29th to the 31st of July 2025. Speakers and parliamentarian leaders from some 120 countries gathered amid rising tension and conflicts to urge one another to step up to the challenges of the times and reaffirm the importance of stronger and more effective multilateralism. Before a lively general debate in which over 100 delegates took the floor, keynote addresses were delivered by IPU President and Secretary General, the Director General of the UN Office at Geneva, and the Chef de Cabinet of the UN Secretary General, the President of the National Council of Switzerland, who had also served as the President of the Summit of Women Speakers the previous day, and the UN Messenger for Peace, the actor, producer, and activist Michael Douglas. Several thematic panels took place alongside the plenary and special interactive debate with major stakeholders opened up the conference to numerous guests from international Geneva and beyond. Preparations for the conference were led by a preparatory committee of which I was a member, along with other speakers from around the world. The IPU leadership and chief de cabinet of the UN Secretary General, the committee met on several occasions in person and online to establish the modalities, rules, and program for the conference and to draft an outcome document. That landmark outcome document, the high-level declaration on a world in turmoil, parliamentary cooperation and multilateralism for peace, justice, and prosperity for all, was adopted by the speakers present and is tabled for the endorsement of the Governing Council today. The declaration confronts the reality of a world in turmoil, marked by deepening inequalities, protracted conflicts, democratic backsliding, a climate emergency, and the dangerous erosion of multilateralism. It stands as a call to speakers and to all parliamentarians to take responsibility for peace, justice, and prosperity for all, to work towards a global order with people at the center and to place cooperation at the heart of policy making, with gender equality and inclusivity as inalienable norms. Speakers reaffirmed their view of themselves as a united parliamentary community, committed to rebuilding trust and shaping a future worthy the billions of people they represent around the world. A full report of the conference has been prepared and is available on the IPU website. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Speaker Muti, for this presentation. Dear colleagues, do you have questions for Speaker Muti? I can see. The Executive Committee was apprised of the outcomes of these two major events. The members of the Executive Committee extend their thanks to the two preparatory committees as well as to the Secretariat, whose support was vital to the success of this meeting. Do I take it that you wish to endorse the outcome documents of the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments and the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament? It is so decided. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I will now give the floor to the Secretary General to make a procedural announcement concerning the quorum at this session.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very quickly, in conformity with Rule 33.2 of the Governing Council, for each session, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of Council members effectively participating in the first sitting. That is this one. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So we have been able to ascertain that the number of Council members present in this room at the start of this session was 150, and the quorum has therefore been set at 76 members for any decision to be considered to be valid. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Dear colleagues, with this item we arrive at the end of our first session. Many thanks for your contribution to today's discussion. We shall resume our business on Thursday, 23rd October at 9. Please be on time. I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you. Przyjdą nasze dzieci? And of course, we will start in 7 minutes, we will start General Assembly. So please stay in the room.
En nombre de la República Dominicana, tenemos grandes retos.
María. ¿Qué es lo que tú crees?
Dear colleagues, in 1 minute we will start. Good morning, colleagues. Should we start? Let's please all stand for the IPU anthem. Thank you. Honorable speakers and deputy speakers of parliaments, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and dear guests, welcome to Geneva. It is an honor to address you today in my capacity as Vice President of the IPU. I bring with me the warm regards of our President, Dr. Tulia Ackson, who is back home in Tanzania, engaged in her country's election campaign. I spoke with her recently, and she asked me to extend her best wishes for a fruitful and successful 151st IPU Assembly. We meet once again in the home of the IPU, in a city whose very name has become synonymous with humanitarian norms and humanitarianism. As a proud member of the IPU Committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law, I feel particularly honored to address you today on this critically important matter. Just a short distance from where we sit, 8 years ago, states gathered in the aftermath of war whose destruction spanned continents and claimed tens of millions of lives. They declared that even wars must have limits. Out of that devastation emerged the Geneva Conventions of 1949, the keystone of international humanitarian law, which have been universally ratified. At the heart of these norms lies a very profound conviction that human dignity must be safeguarded even in the darkest of times, and that this is a right owed to every single human being. The very essence of IHL was, and still is, to limit the effects of armed conflict on people and their capacity to survive and live. Civilians should be allowed safe passage out of areas of violence and must not be the object of attack, used as human shields or held hostage. IHL also provides that humanitarian aid should be allowed in conflict areas and that civilian infrastructure, such as hospitals and schools, must also be spared from attacks. Prisoners of war and interned civilians must be treated with dignity and protected against ill treatment and exposure to public curiosity. Humanitarian norms act as a shield for those who bear no arms, but they reach goals further. These norms also place restrictions on the means and methods of warfare. Over time, humanity has come to recognize that there are limits and that certain weapons and tactics are not just too inhuman to be tolerated and should be consigned to history, never to be repeated. I think it is important for us all to recognize and acknowledge that since the adoption of IHL norms, whether the Geneva Conventions or other related disarmament treaties and conventions, the suffering on millions of people has been reduced and many lives have been saved. Nonetheless, a quick glance at the headlines today reminds us that we must pursue efforts and do more to effectively enforce these norms. Dear colleagues, a few days ago, the peace agreement in Gaza came into force, and we all welcome this very positive development. But we must not forget that there are still around 130 armed conflicts being fought around the world today, a figure that has more than doubled in the last 15 years. This growing number of conflicts has caused a devastating impact and exacerbated humanitarian needs worldwide. Almost 310 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance in 2025. Major humanitarian crises in countries such as Sudan, Palestine, Ukraine, the DRC, Syria, Afghanistan, and Myanmar, to name but a few, have shown the civilian suffering caused by killings, conflict-related sexual violence, destruction of civilian infrastructure, disruption of essential services, famine, and displacement. At the end of 2024, over 123 million people were forcibly displaced due to persecution, conflict, violence, and human rights violations. The war in Sudan, the world's largest displacement crisis, has led to the displacement of 14.3 million Sudanese people and left almost 15 million children in the country lacking food, safe water, shelter, and medical care. In 2025, a total of 1.9 million people are in grips of catastrophic hunger, primarily in Sudan and Gaza, but also in regions of South Sudan, Haiti, and Mali. Those at the forefront of humanitarian action efforts have also not been spared from danger and suffering. In 2024 alone, over 380 humanitarian workers were killed. Hundreds more have been injured, kidnapped, or detained. There is reason to fear 2025 could be even worse, as 265 humanitarian workers have reportedly been killed in just the first 8 months of this year. However, the roots of this dire humanitarian scenario globally go beyond conflict. The current climate crisis, disease outbreaks, widespread misinformation, geopolitical fragmentation, and consensus multilateral system have all contributed to amplify the lack of compliance with IHL, which has led to unacceptable human cost. Dear friends, let us never lose sight of the fact that behind the statistics, there are real people. People like you and me, with dreams, hopes, and aspirations. People who should enjoy the same basic right as each of us in this room. At this very moment, when civilians and combatants alike most need protection, humanitarian norms are being questioned, threatened, and cast aside. At the same time, humanitarian aid is being defunded and humanitarian action is being increasingly challenged, with growing difficulties in terms of access and security for humanitarian workers. So what we can do within our parliaments and countries, and as the global parliamentary community, I would like to make 3 suggestions. First, I'd like to stress the importance of prevention and the need to act well before any conflict erupts to prevent violation of IHL. It is difficult to think of war during peacetime, but this is exactly when we need to act. Prevention means putting in place systems that will enable enforcement and respect of IHL rules before, during and after conflict. Preventing lack of compliance with IHL, including scurrying of reforms to ensure IHL in our legislative frameworks, ensuring training and dissemination within the armed forces and among the general public, promoting educational and awareness-raising campaigns, and establish specific oversight and monitoring mechanisms. Second, rigorous enforcement is key. Humanitarian norms are not mere formalities. They represent the essence of a human response to war. Ensuring enforcement of these rules through effective accountability is essential. This involves not only setting up legislative and judicial systems before a conflict breaks out, but also supporting ongoing efforts by international and national accountability mechanisms. It is our responsibility to signal that we belong to a culture that does not tolerate disregard of humanitarian in war. Third, let us keep humanitarian concern at the heart of our work. As decision makers, whatever choices we are called upon to make, especially those concerning questions of security and war, we must ensure that the humanitarian dimension is never absent from the equation. Too often, humanitarian concerns are treated as an afterthought or excluded altogether from the debates we have on security issues. As representatives of the people, we are duty-bound to approach these issues in a comprehensive way, with humanitarian objectives and principles at the heart of our considerations. Colleagues, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis requires courage. And courage in politics means refusing to look away from suffering. Courage in politics means standing up for principles. Despite the darkness, there are rays of light. The International Committee of the Red Cross regularly documents real examples of respect of IHL. Attacks suspended when the risk to civilians became too high. Medical convoys allowed through. Detainees released and visited by Red Cross staff. Restaurants show in the use of fire. Roads chosen to avoid civilian areas. Vital infrastructure spared. These accounts demonstrate that respect for humanitarian norms and effective humanitarian action during war carve out space for life, relief, and recovery. And then, of course, last week we witnessed the release of the last Israeli hostages and of many Palestinian prisoners and detainees as a first step away from the brink and back on the road towards lasting peace, and the two-state solution of Israel and Palestine living together side by side. Much-needed humanitarian aid is finally flowing into Gaza. Dear colleague, to secure enduring respect for IHL, for foster genuine support for principled humanitarian action, we must harness our collective political resolve. We must embrace inclusive decision-making, forge partnerships, and cultivate a shared understanding of what is at stake, the defense of the most basic forms of human dignity. So let this 151st IPU Assembly be remembered for reaffirming that commitment. Let us show that across our differences, across our religions and our ideologies, we are capable of coming together to uphold humanitarian norms and protect principles humanitarian action. Thank you. And now I am pleased to turn to the Secretary General for his reflections as well. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Do I have to press any of these buttons? Okay. Madam Vice President of the Inter-parliamentary Union and President of the Assembly, honorable speakers, deputy speakers present here, distinguished parliamentarians, guests, and I want to recognize the presence amongst us of a special guest, the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross, who is joining us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, at our assemblies here in Geneva last year, we focused on peace, how parliamentary diplomacy can build bridges for peace and understanding, and how science, technology, and innovation can be harnessed for a more peaceful and sustainable future. As the Assembly returns to Geneva today, and despite the welcome progress we have seen in the Middle East over the past week or so, regrettably, we have still not yet found a route to lasting peace. Conflict is still raging in many parts of the world. It is in these times of crisis that we return to the architecture, much of it devised here in Geneva, intended to protect all of us from the worst atrocities of war, international humanitarian law. The Inter-parliamentary Union has a long history of encouraging its member parliaments to promote respect for international humanitarian law, and for over 30 years has had a committee devoted to that very issue. The story of that committee begins with a resolution adopted at the 90th Inter-parliamentary Conference held in Canberra, Australia, in September 1993. It so happens that that was my very first IPU assembly as an official of the Inter-parliamentary Union. So I was there when the IPU membership recommended the establishment of a committee to follow the issue of respect for international humanitarian law, particularly the ratification status of conventions and protocols, as well as the implementation of measures at the national level. Since then, the committee has monitored accession to and ratification of these and other various relevant international humanitarian law instruments and their implementation. They've conducted missions to learn more about the situation on the ground in various humanitarian crises, liaised with our key partners on this issue, the International Committee of the Red Cross and the United Nations Refugee Agency, and they have guided other areas of the IPU's work, including through regular reports to the Governing Council. The IPU has also been at the forefront of political support for the development of key humanitarian disarmament instruments, such as the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention and the Cluster Munitions Convention. As you know, even before these instruments were developed, the Inter-parliamentary Union had called for their creation and then put its whole political weight through its member parliaments to support ratification and entry into force. So, I dare say that there is a special link between the IPU and the international humanitarian law. Over the years, our work on IHL has grown, as has the engagement of our members on this issue. This is also thanks to the IPU's two key partners in this area, whom I would like to sincerely acknowledge and thank: the ICRC represented here by its Director General, Pierre Karumbu, welcome. And with regard to refugees and displacement, the United Nations Refugee Agency. We look forward to continuing this important collaboration. We know that there is more that can be done. And let me say here, as we begin this general debate, that we are looking forward to the results of the ICRC's global initiative to galvanize political commitment to international humanitarian law, and are keen to see how the Inter-parliamentary Union can support this important endeavor. During this assembly, in addition to our general debate, the IHL committee will hold a special open session on the theme Safeguarding Humanitarian Action in Times of Armed Conflict. At a time when over 300 million people around the world are in need of humanitarian assistance, mainly due to conflict, this session will provide a valuable opportunity to discuss the role that parliaments can play in safeguarding and facilitating aid and relief operations in theaters of armed conflict around the world. There will also be a virtual reality stand organized by the ICRC, where you will be able to have a glimpse of the reality of armed conflict from the point of view of those most impacted by it. I would like to invite all participants here to take part in this activity if you have the opportunity. I also understand that several side events are being organized at the initiative of geopolitical groups or partners that relate to IHL in one way or another, whether on political engagement and IHL or mediation, which I encourage you to take part in. Indeed, the IHL is an integral part of most aspects of the IPU's policy goals, our work on peace and security most obviously, but also our activities relating to human rights, sustainable development, and gender equality. When it comes to peace and security, respect for international humanitarian law has been an important consideration in our approach to disarmament and non-proliferation. The human cost of weapons is placed at the center of our engagement with parliaments on issues involving the arms trade, nuclear weapons and security, emerging technologies of warfare, and military expenditure. The interplay between gender and armed conflict is also of particular relevance to the IPU, and 2024 marked a staggering 25% increase in cases of conflict-related sexual violence in comparison to 2023. The UN reported 4,600 survivors across 21 countries, with women and girls making up 92% of the victims. We are confident that more gender-sensitive parliaments will enable the adoption of more domestic laws and policies that implement international humanitarian law in a way that accounts for the humanitarian needs of women and girls, and that combats conflict-related sexual violence effectively. At the time of this general debate, we want to draw attention to the title, and this title indicates that there are two sides to the role of parliaments when it comes to IHL: upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action. Parliaments are instrumental in the ratification of the treaties and conventions that establish the norms we have come to accept as the IHL framework, the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, and subsequent instruments on topics such as anti-personnel mines, cluster munitions, and the involvement of children in armed conflict. Parliaments also need to exercise their oversight role in ensuring that their governments adhere to these norms without fail, and that they take action to ensure accountability for violations should take place. But then, parliaments must also advocate and legislate for humanitarian action, providing aid to those most affected by armed conflict, saving lives, alleviating suffering, and restoring human dignity. In short, humanitarian action appeals to our common humanity. It provides us with a route to overcome division, violence, and mistrust, and to help those caught in the crossfire to survive and continue their lives in safety and dignity. In a world in which the old geographical or geopolitical order is becoming ever more fragmented, where countries are turning inwards and mistrust in multilateral institutions is growing, humanitarian action is particularly under threat, as you mentioned, Madam President, in your statement. We must step up our efforts to ensure that aid and assistance reach all those caught up in conflict and other disasters. The general debate about to begin today will offer an opportunity for participants to explore the ways in which parliaments can promote respect for all aspects of IHL, how they can safeguard humanitarian action in the current context of multilateralism in crisis, and how they can work together and with other stakeholders to advance the humanitarian agenda. I think we can all agree that it is our fundamental responsibility to protect our fellow humans in the face of disaster, even as conflict is erupting in the world, and it is our responsibility to help those caught up in the conflict or disaster, especially the most vulnerable. In a year in which the United Nations is marking its 80th anniversary, we have here a golden opportunity before us to reform and reinforce the multilateral system and protect these basic values. I wish all of you very fruitful deliberations during this general debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. As you are well aware, it has become usual practice at the IPU to inform our general debate by both a gender and a youth perspective. I would like to start by inviting the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Madam Cynthia Lopez Castro of Mexico, to address this opening session. Madam Lopez Castro, the floor is yours.
Madam Vice President of the Inter-parliamentary Union, Gabriela Morauskas-Taneca, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chungong, our 57 speakers that are here today, thanks for being here, our members of the executive committees, representative of the Bureau of Youth Parliamentarians, Anda Philip, and Pierre Krenbull from Red Cross International. Dear colleagues, it is my great honor to address you today as President of Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. We gather at a very difficult moment in the world. The humanitarian framework built over decades is in danger. We are witnessing not only the violent displacement of millions of people, but also the violent displacement of an order based by rules based on power, transnational politics, and clientelism. In such reality, we are repeating the 1930s descend into global anarchy and horror? Are we repeating this? Or we are seizing an opportunity to renew commitment to multilateralism and peace? Humanitarian crises are harmful to everyone, but they are even more hurtful for women. In humanitarian fragile settings, every single day, 500 women and girls died from pregnancy and childbirth. It is a big challenge in the world. In my country, Mexico, still we having 15 women pregnancy every day that are adolescents under 14 years old. We need to do a lot. 60% of those who face food deprivation and hunger are women and girls. They are the first to sacrifice meals so that children or elders might eat. In war zones, sexual violence continues to be used as a weapon, killing women and forever affecting survivors physically, psychologically, and socially. From here, in this opening, I want to express my deep solidarity with all women that are suffering that right now. I want to express solidarity for all women that have lost someone in her family, and express my condolences for all the women that have died in these wars. There was our response to the harsh reality of war cannot be gender blind. Gender responsive humanitarian action is not a women issue. When humanitarian action works for women, it works for everyone. When it fails women, it fails us all. We must uphold humanitarian values without compromise. Beyond reaffirming commitments, we must ensure that humanitarian law and norms are upheld and they are implemented through a gender lens. Decisions on priorities must be taken in parity with men and women in the same table. We must also protect humanitarian action by preserving funding. Gender responsible humanitarian budgeting is not a cost. It's an investment in breaking cycles of violence, preventing instability, and fostering recovery that benefits all. We must advance a multi-sectoral and inclusive humanitarian agenda. Today's crises are not isolated. They are related to climate disasters, pandemic, food insecurity, and the rise of new weapon systems and technologies. Addressing them requires women at the table and gender equality in the center. So, dear colleagues, let's build peace. It's our responsibility as members of parliament, go to our countries and speak loud to build peace, speak loud to continue building democracy. We need to go to our countries and still protect women and have women and men in the same table. We need more women in the peace process here in this, what we are suffering now. So we cannot just go with some topics and try to think that anything is happening. We need solidarity. We need to be empathic. We need to have more women in our parliaments, more women in politics, more women in the peace building process. So I encourage that this assembly, we can go back to our countries and be more awareness of the importance of topic that is women in politics, women in our world, and let's continue to be peace buildings. Let us fight for humanitarian values, norms, and laws, and anchor our fighting vision guided by parity, equality, and sustainability. I feel very proud to come from a country that is Mexico, when we have, as you know, the first woman president in 200 years. And only the 10% of the prime ministers or presidents are women. We are half of the population. Women, we are half. And we are just represented in the 27.2% in parliaments. We have elections last year, and out of 54 parliaments that have election, we have a little decrease in representation for women. So I want just to say that it's time for women. In your country, in my country, in the world, it's time for women. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now invite the Vice President of the Board of the Young Parliamentarians, Ms. Julieta Sierra from Uruguay, to address this opening session. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you. A very good morning. Vice President, Secretary General, President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, distinguished parliamentarians, distinguished delegates. My name is Julieta Sierra. I'm from Uruguay. And I'm very honored to address you this morning on behalf of our President, Elena Marsh, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. We are at a pivotal moment. Hundreds of millions of young people are growing up in armed conflicts. Young people in their most formative years are among the most affected by war. On a global level, more than 1 of every 6 children live in a conflict area and are facing daily violence, depriving them of security and indeed their future. More than 140 million young people are affected by the interruption of their education owing to these conflicts. The humanitarian needs are growing, but relief is becoming even more difficult. And at this assembly, we are called to ensure that nobody is left behind. The life of young people must be protected under all circumstances. And their hopes must never be extinguished, because if they are, then nothing is left for them and indeed for society at large. Too often, in crisis situations, we talk about young people, but we don't talk with them. The international community is seeking a change with the UN Security Council resolution on youth, peace and security. And the world decided that it was no longer possible to exclude generations of young people from peace building, from political processes and from humanitarian response. 10 years later, after the adoption of that resolution, there is still a long way to go to achieve the objectives that were stated in that resolution. We must face up to reality. IPU data shows that only 2.8% of parliamentarians are under the age of 30, and nothing has improved since 2023. For young women parliamentarians under the age of 30, the numbers have even fallen. So this gap between representation and the democratic reality weakens our institutions and our response to current crises, including conflicts and war. When young people feel excluded from circles of power, they seek other ways of having an impact, as we see in protests led by Generation Z, which is shaking the political systems of the world at large. As young parliamentarians, we call on parliaments to improve the participation of young people so that there are more young people represented at the decision-making table, and so they can help contribute to peace-building efforts. We also call to protect education and employment for young people without education and employment for new generations. We deny them opportunities. Young parliamentarians have been trying to make education more accessible. There need to be more economic opportunities, in particular for young people affected by crises. That's non-negotiable if we are to prepare young people for a better future and prepare societies for sustainable peace. Above all, we call for the defense of fundamental rights, particularly in crisis situations and wars. We need to pay more attention to the protection of young people in vulnerable situations and marginalized young groups. And that applies the world over. Conflicts are affecting continents all over the world. But in particular, in the most difficult times, we see reason for hope. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, where people have suffered more than humanity can bear, is just one example of that. There must be a respect for international humanitarian law, and we have seen recent events that offer some slight hope for the future. But we must all do our part to guarantee humanitarian relief, respect for international humanitarian law, and a fair and sustainable peace. The present and the future of hundreds of thousands, millions of young people can't wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I am very pleased to introduce our guest speaker. It is a distinct honor to welcome this morning Mr. Pierre Krahenbuhl, Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross. The ICRC, of course, is the leading international organization, neutral, independent, and effective, ensuring humanitarian protection and assistance for people affected by armed conflict and other violence in all corners of the world. Mr. Krahenbuhl, you have the floor.
Senator Gabriela Moravka-Staneka, Vice President of the IPU, Secretary General Martin Chungong, His Excellencies, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you today, and I speak with gratitude for the Inter-parliamentary Union's long-standing commitment to humanitarian principles, and I also speak with urgency about a moment when those principles are under great strain. At a time where wars are being normalized and very often treated as if they were inevitable, the theme before us asks us to do more than reflect. It demands that we act now to preserve human dignity in war and to translate principle into concrete protection. It also demands the courage to invest in mechanisms to much better prevent and resolve armed conflicts. Two historical touchstones remind us of the enduring relationship between parliamentary action and humanitarian endeavor. Henri Dunant, whose ideas gave rise to the International Committee of the Red Cross and to the wider Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, and Frédéric Passy, a pioneer of parliamentary cooperation, were each awarded the very first Nobel Peace Prize in 1901. That coincidence underscores how law, politics, and humanitarian commitment have long shaped efforts to reduce suffering. We in the ICRC, as long-standing partners to the IPU, continue providing technical support, operational experience, and first-hand accounts from the field so that your laws and budgets protect people when it matters most. The ICRC currently classifies more than 130 armed conflicts worldwide, the highest number in recent decades. Behind that figure are millions of lives fractured, families torn apart, children denied food and schooling, and entire societies hollowed out. These are not abstractions. They are the stories that my colleagues witness every single day. In Gaza, the scale of devastation is immense. We welcome the recent ceasefire and the negotiations leading to it, but we all know that at this stage the situation is unfortunately all too fragile. Even if the ceasefire holds, it will not erase months of destruction, neighborhoods reduced to rubble, hospitals and water systems crippled, and children dying of hunger. Civilians have been killed in homes and medical facilities, and many were struck down while searching for food and water. Indiscriminate warfare and extreme restrictions on humanitarian aid have rendered life unlivable and stripped it of dignity. Hostage-taking is prohibited under international humanitarian law, and its practice has caused profound suffering. It has torn families apart and inflicted deep wounds on survivors. Thousands of Palestinian detainees are still in custody, and their families anxiously await their release. In the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we observe that large-scale drone and missile attacks are killing civilians far from front lines. Essential infrastructure is being destroyed deliberately. Over 146,000 civilians and military personnel from both sides are reported missing to the ICRC, each case representing a family trapped in anguish and uncertainty. In Sudan, civilians face relentless death, displacement, and destruction. More than 12 million people have been uprooted over more than 2 years of conflict. An estimated 70 to 80% of health facilities in affected areas are no longer functioning, leaving 2 out of 3 civilians without access to health care. In Myanmar, decades of conflict have left communities vulnerable, movement restricted, and access to services strangled, a situation worsened by this year's earthquake. In Afghanistan, mines and unexploded ordnance continue to maim and kill decades after fighting began. In Syria, over 36,000 missing persons are registered with the ICRC, and this is only a fraction of the true number. The collapse of electricity and water systems pushes millions further into desperation. Ladies and gentlemen, conflicts are proliferating and intensifying even as funding for humanitarian response shrinks, and access to people in need is blocked by insecurity and administrative impediments. Aid workers face arrest, expulsion, and attack. Hospitals, ambulances, and medical staff are deliberately targeted or rendered inoperable. Water and power systems are struck, and explosive remnants main long after shooting stops. As was mentioned, the ICRC responds with neutral, impartial, and independent humanitarian action. We provide medical care, trace missing persons, protect detainees, support hospitals and water systems, clear explosive remnants, and engage in confidential dialogue with parties to secure access. These operations save lives and restore dignity, but they are increasingly difficult when the commitment to uphold humanitarian norms is weakened. The Geneva Conventions were negotiated after humanity had witnessed its worst excesses to place clear limits on what belligerents may do and to strengthen protection for civilians. International humanitarian law exists to distinguish fighters from non-combatants, to restrict means and methods of warfare, and to preserve a minimum of humanity amid violence. Yet, that protective framework is under pressure from multiple fronts. 3 principal threats now endanger IHL. First, the widespread violations and complacency. The scale of blatant breaches and the insufficient political and legal response to them is staggering. Second, selective application and permissive interpretation, readings of the rules that hollow out core protections and create dangerous precedents. Third, the reluctance to ratify, implement, or remain bound, including by withdrawals, creating legal gaps and retreat from commitments that put countless lives at risk and can reverse decades of hard-won progress. Dismissing the law in the name of national interest is short-term thinking with long-term consequences. It shapes how conflicts are fought tomorrow and further lowers the bar at a moment when the world is already on fire. What makes these trends possible is also a very concerning, deeper social process. Dehumanization strips people of dignity in words, in policy, and practice, and acts as an enabler of violations, an enabler of abuse, by eroding empathy and normalizing suffering. It lowers political and legal barriers to permissive policies, weakens demands for accountability, and makes legal backsliding more politically tolerable. Norms like international humanitarian law are bulwarks against that slide, but they can be weakened or ignored if dehumanizing narratives become mainstream. That is where parliaments must act. Defend the law against permissive interpretations, resist selective application and double standards, and promote universalization and faithful national implementation. Integrating IHL into legislation, doctrine, and training is strategic. States that do so reduce civilian harm, strengthen operational effectiveness, and preserve legitimacy at home and abroad. As states enhance civilian and military readiness for future crises, parliaments must reaffirm their commitment to IHL. Conflict preparedness is not limited to investment in firepower. It demands sustained peacetime investment in IHL so that compliance in wartime is possible. If states invest in defense, they must also budget for IHL. Real preparedness requires political courage and practical measures that include enacting and updating legislation to implement treaty obligations and provide clear legal frameworks for operations in armed conflict, embedding qualified legal advisors in operational planning, and requiring documented legal reviews of new weapons, maintaining independent oversight and accountability mechanisms to investigate, prosecute, and punish war crimes. The cost of neglect is far higher than the modest investments needed to prevent and mitigate harm. Investing in IHL is an investment in stability, operational success, and long-term reduction of human and financial costs of conflict. Just a year ago, China, Brazil, France, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, together with the ICRC, launched the Global IHL Initiative to galvanize political commitment to uphold the rules of war. The initiative confronts a hard truth. Despite being foundational to the protection of civilians, compliance with IHL is all too often lacking. This state-led, collective effort aims to reverse that trend by making IHL a political priority, mobilizing leadership across regions and sectors, and producing practical, forward-looking recommendations for national action. Our message is simple but urgent. In war, humanity must prevail. The initiative has rapidly become a global effort. 91 states have joined, 27 co-chairs from every continent are leading 7 work streams with the ICRC, and the first phase of consultations engaged roughly 130 states through global and regional meetings. A progress report drafted with the co-chairs and released last week summarizes discussions across all work streams and identifies concrete areas for further reflection and action. The initiative will culminate in a global high-level meeting in 2026 to consolidate recommendations and convert political momentum into measurable commitments. Key messages emerging from the consultations to date include reaffirming IHL's centrality, focus on protection, strengthen cooperation. The initiative provides a new type of space where all states can come around the same table to engage in a respectful and constructive manner. At a time where other multilateral channels are strained, the initiative offers renewed hope that peer-to-peer dialogue can help rebuild mutual understanding and improve IHL's effectiveness. Make IHL a political priority. Strengthen national implementation and accountability through effective national systems to implement and enforce IHL. Parliaments can turn this momentum into measurable national change. We ask parliamentarians to adopt 3 concrete actions to support the initiative. Allocate resources for IHL capacity building and national implementation, including predictable multi-year budget lines for legislative reform, judicial and prosecutorial training, military and civilian training, and national coordination mechanisms. Integrate IHL into domestic law and military training by reviewing and amending legislation to enshrine IHL obligations and conditioning defense budgets on demonstrated, recurring IHL training for armed and security forces, and advocate for your country's formal endorsement and active participation in the global IHL initiative, urging your government to join and meaningfully engage in its consultations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would just like to say that if the ways wars are fought today are a glimpse of the future, then the question before us is not only the fate of international humanitarian law, but the fate of humanity itself. The longer dehumanization goes unchecked and legal protections erode, the harder it becomes to reverse the spiral. The Global IHL Initiative offers a real chance to restore political priority to IHL. Parliamentarians are uniquely placed to translate these international commitments into domestic realities through laws, budgets, oversight, and public leadership. Lead with courage and clarity. Allocate predictable resources. Integrate IHL into training and legislation. Protect humanitarian space, and use your political weight to turn commitments into action. Together, we need to break a vicious cycle where wars are treated in all too casual a manner as almost inevitable. Over and over, we see a similar process where wars are normalized, glorified even, where the enemy is dehumanized, treated and referred to as less than human. And finally, after devastation and extreme suffering is done, we repeat once more the statement and the pledge, never again. But how many times do we have to repeat again and promise to each other again that it will be never again, only to step right into it again? This is the cycle that we need to contribute to break. And we need your voice, your political courage, and your leadership to do so. Choose a world where common humanity is the norm, not the exception. If we do not act now, and we can act, the brutality we see today risks becoming the baseline of future conflicts tomorrow. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Krahenbuhl. It has been true privilege and pleasure to have you here with us today. And now, let us proceed with our work for the day. And first, I would like to give the floor our Secretary General. Dear Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very quickly, I just want to use this opportunity to announce the quorum for this session of the Assembly, and this is provided for in Rule 32 of the Assembly Rules, which states that for each Assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary meeting. This is your first plenary meeting of the Assembly. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So I wish to discharge that responsibility. We have in this room 126 delegations present, and so the quorum has been established at 64 delegations. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. And as you all know, item 2 of the agenda is the consideration of request for the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of this Assembly. I'd like to remind all delegations that we will consider item 2 of the agenda tomorrow at 5 p.m. Please allow me now to make a few announcements in relation to the organization of our deliberations. First of all, as is customary, we shall start the list of speakers in the general debate with the segment for presiding officers of parliaments. We are greatly honored by the presence of so many delegations from around the world at this IPU assembly. I wish to confirm that procedures have been respected and that the order of speakers, both presiding officers, as well as first and second speakers, has been established by the traditional drawing of lots. This list is available to delegations in the hall. In light of the high attendance at the Assembly, its steering committee decided this morning to allocate 5 minutes as the total speaking time available to each parliamentary delegation, 7 minutes for delegations led by speakers of parliament. The young MP who have registered for the general debate will have an additional 2 minutes. Permanent observers will have a maximum speaking time of 3 minutes. I would like to ask all delegations to take this into account when delivering their speeches. I also wish to inform you that as there are still delegations which have not yet registered to speak, we will be keeping the list of speakers open until tomorrow, Tuesday, 21st October at 12 noon. At its meeting this morning, the steering committee discussed the issue of the use of props by delegations at IPU assemblies in recent years. There have been incidents where members of parliament have used props or visual displays in the general debate of the assembly. This display can have the effect of disrupting the dignity and proceedings of the assembly as well as offending other delegations. The steering committee has therefore proposed a procedural adjustment that would prohibit delegation from using props or visual and audio displays during their interventions and the general debate, thus supporting the President in maintaining the quorum during the deliberations. Finally, honourable delegates, I wish to inform you that in order to facilitate the work of the Assembly on either side of the stage, there is an usher who will be pleased to transmit any messages you may have for myself or to Secretariat. You have before you the list of speakers who have registered so far for the general debate, finally, I wish to request all delegates to strictly respect the speaking time allocated so that all delegates who have registered to speak may do so within the time available for the general debate. So, I have. The first speaker in the general debate is Madam Aumerudi Chifra from Mauritius. Please, the floor is she's not here. So please, Madam Gafarova, de Azerbaijan, the floor is yours.
Honorable Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, dear participants, Excellencies. It's a great pleasure to greet you all at the 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union. I wish every success to our deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, the realities of our world today show that, unfortunately, the number of conflicts and natural disasters continues to rise, bringing with it new humanitarian challenges: violence, displacement, insecurity, and hunger. At the United Nations, Secretary General recently warned global humanitarian action is on the brink of collapse. This clearly shows how serious the situation is and how urgently joint action is needed. That's why I am pleased to share our positive development from the region. In August this year in Washington, Azerbaijan and Armenia signed a joint declaration and initialed a peace agreement, marking a historic step forward, ending the decades-long Armenia-Azerbaijani conflict. We sincerely hope this milestone will open a new chapter of lasting peace, stability, and sustainable development in the South Caucasus. It gives us confidence that even long-standing conflicts can be resolved through dialogue and political will. Distinguished colleagues, talking about humanitarian crisis, I'd like to mention that the people of Azerbaijan have experienced firsthand what such crisis means. In the early 1990s, as a result of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, nearly 1 million of Azerbaijanis became refugees and internally displaced persons. For a nation of 8 million at that time, this was an enormous tragedy. Through consistent national efforts and with the support of international partners, we managed to meet the urgent needs of our displaced population. After restoring its territorial integrity in 2020, Azerbaijan began large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation projects in the liberated territories. The process of return has already started, and today, more than 50,000 people live, work, and study there again. This is a testament to the strong political will and humanitarian commitment of our country under the leadership of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Dear participants, however, serious challenges remain, and one of the most pressing is landmine contamination, which continues to threaten lives and delay reconstruction. During the years of occupation, large numbers of landmines were planted by Armenia across the formerly occupied territories of Azerbaijan. Since 2020, more than 4,000 Azerbaijanis have been killed or injured by landmines. Beyond the human cost, these mines and remnants of war also cause severe environment damage, polluting soil and water, destroying wildlife habitats, and preventing the cultivation of fertile land. For us, humanitarian demanding is therefore not only a safety measure, but also an act of environmental restoration. Ladies and gentlemen, as Azerbaijan rebuilds its liberated territories, we are integrating sustainability and green principles into every stage of development. New smart village and green energy zones are being established to ensure that recovery goes hand in hand with environmental renewal. We firmly believe that humanitarian recovery and ecological balance must advance together. Dear colleagues, another deputy humanitarian issue is the fate of missing persons. Around 4,000 Azerbaijanis went missing during the years of conflict, and their families are still waiting for answers. This is not only national pain, but also universal humanitarian concern shared by many countries. To help address these challenges, Azerbaijan has introduced humanitarian demining as its National Sustainable Development Goal, SDG number 18. We encourage other countries to consider adopting similar approaches. Moreover, Azerbaijan organizes international conferences on humanitarian demining and establishing the Baku Dialogue on Missing Persons, providing a valuable platform for sharing ideas, experiences, and best practices. Distinguished colleagues, once a recipient of humanitarian assistance, Azerbaijan today accrues as a donor country, supporting the United Nations global humanitarian efforts. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we provided assistance to more than 80 countries, and over the past 5 years, we have delivered more than $350 million in humanitarian, financial, and technical aid to over 140 countries. Through these efforts, we reaffirm our conviction that peace, humanitarian action, and environmental sustainability are inseparable. Only through solidarity and shared responsibility can we build a safer, greener, and more humane future for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Nelly Muti, Speaker of Zambia. And please, the next waiting is Jordan.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. The Vice President of the Inter-parliamentary Union, distinguished honorable speakers, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is both a great honor and privilege to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia. I extend our gratitude to the IPU and the government of Switzerland for convening this assembly at a time when humanitarian norms are under increasing strain. The theme of this general debate, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, could not have come at a better time than this. From armed conflicts and climate-induced disasters to health emergencies and forced displacement, our collective response must be guided by the principles of humanity, solidarity, and international law. Madam President, Zambia has a long-standing commitment to humanitarian principles anchored on our values of peace and respect for human dignity. As a host country of refugees from neighboring countries and beyond, for decades, Zambia remains committed to her obligations under the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 Protocol. Our Parliament plays a critical role in advancing humanitarian action. Allow me to highlight 5 key areas in which we advance humanitarian action. 1, strengthening the legal framework. The National Assembly of Zambia has enacted and reviewed laws to enhance Zambia's humanitarian response, including Disaster Management Act, the Refugees Act, and the Human Rights Commission Act. The National Assembly of Zambia in 2025 established the Committee on Disaster and Risk Reduction, which oversees the operations of the Disaster Management Unit under the Office of the Vice President and the departments and agencies responsible for disasters. The frameworks support accountability and enable effective action during crisis. 2, parliamentary oversight. Through Parliament's oversight function, parliamentary committees play a pivotal role in ensuring that humanitarian responses is properly accounted for. Through parliamentary committees such as the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, and Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs, the National Assembly of Zambia ensures that humanitarian responses, such as the response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the response to devastating drought that Zambia experienced in 2024, and the influx of refugees from warring neighboring countries are timely, effectively, and reach the intended targets. Budget support. Recognizing that humanitarian action requires resources, the National Assembly of Zambia has advocated for increased allocation to social protection, healthcare, and disaster preparedness. For example, the Ministry of Health budget has increased by over 130% from 9.7 million Zambian kwacha in 2021 to 21.1 million kwacha in 2025. 4. Inclusivity and rights-based approaches. As a parliament, we put vulnerable groups such as women, children, and persons with disability and the displaced at the center in our policies. The Parliamentary Caucus on Children and the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus have championed child protection, gender-responsive laws, and psychosocial support in times of emergencies and disasters. 5. Regional and international cooperation. Zambia strongly supports multilateralism. The National Assembly of Zambia has and continues to ratify relevant international instruments. Zambia is a party to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and its optional protocol, the Convention Against Torture, and the Convention relating to the status of refugees, and has acceded to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, among others. Further, Zambia collaborates with organizations such as the Southern African Development Community to harmonize disaster responses and early warning systems across borders. Madam President, parliaments have the unique power to legislate, allocate resources, and amplify the voices of the vulnerable. Zambia reaffirms its commitment to not only uphold humanitarian principles, but also ensure that humanitarian action becomes a center pillar of governance and not just an afterthought. Let us stand together for humanity, for dignity, and for peace. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. El Fayez from Jordan, followed by Ecuador.
In the name of the God, the compassionate, the merciful. Distinguished Vice President, IPU Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. I'd like to begin by thanking the IPU for having convened this assembly and this general debate under the theme Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis. We are living in very troubled times, characterized by multiple conflicts with economic, social, and wide-ranging consequences. And the worst thing that can happen to the world today is the multiplication of these armed conflicts that have led to the displacement of hundreds of millions of people. We're seeing an increase in refugees and in displaced persons as a result. And the most recent of these conflicts was caused by the aggression by Israel against the Palestinian people. A peace agreement has now been signed in Sharm el-Sheikh, and the international community must now take necessary and urgent action to force Israel to respect the various articles in the peace plan, which was proposed by the US president and welcomed by the international community. International action is necessary to put an end to the war on the Palestinian people today and to put an end to the atrocities that we have seen there. It's also important not to violate the sacred holy sites of Islam. And Jerusalem's sites must be respected, and we call on efforts to be redoubled to allow access, immediate access to humanitarian relief to put an end to famine in the Gaza Strip. Vice President, dear colleagues, upholding humanitarian values and allowing access to humanitarian relief to conflict areas and areas affected by natural disasters isn't only a moral duty, but an obligation on our countries to allow us to live consistent with our values and with democratic norms. Those values must encourage us all as parliamentarians to work together to protect the weakest and to put an end to armed conflicts so that we can help the most vulnerable without any discrimination on ethnic, religious or other grounds. Our world is in turmoil, and we see that human life is no longer even respected in some quarters. And in Jordan, we stepped up to provide humanitarian assistance to various parts of the world affected by conflict. Jordan is convinced of the importance to provide humanitarian assistance to the weakest, to the sick, to people suffering from famine, which is why Jordan is trying to ensure that the sovereignty of countries is also respected, and that was clear in the message addressed by our King in his recent message, inviting everybody to respect each other and to seek peace without any discrimination on religious or other grounds, to put an end to hate speech and discrimination in order to build a promising society together, a society based on peace, rather than destruction. All of these noble values are pursued by the Jordanian authorities. We've always tried to avoid conflict and to assist the victims of conflict all over the world. Jordan has sent humanitarian relief to the Gaza Strip. Thousands of trucks and planes have transported that humanitarian relief. And this is based on our conviction that assisting the weakest and most vulnerable is key to our humanity. And famine mustn't be used as a weapon. And unfortunately, that's what we are seeing today. Humanitarian assistance has been politicized and used as a weapon of war. And that is unacceptable. To conclude, I hope that we can bring hope to those who have lost all hope. I hope we can bring effective humanitarian assistance to anyone who needs it anywhere in the world. And I sincerely hope that the outcome of these deliberations will make our efforts more effective. The question is today, how can we talk about peace in the world when military expenditure has gone beyond $2.2 trillion? Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Pil, de Ecuador, and followed by Madame Narbayeva from Uzbekistan.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam Vice President, Secretary General, distinguished delegations, fellow parliamentarians. A few months ago, I met a young boy at Ecuador's northern border who had fled violence with his mother. And as he told me a story, he said something I will never forget. He said, I don't want to go back. I can't go back. I want to go forward, and I want to move forward. So that very simple phrase reminded me why we are here today. Humanitarian action isn't just about saving lives. It's about restoring hope. Today, the world is facing a tragic situation. Millions of people are no longer dreaming of having a prosperous life, but they are just dreaming of surviving. Every war we ignore, every border we close, every word of hate we tolerate makes us lose a piece of our shared humanity. But in that context, Ecuador has decided to move ahead and to move forward. We're a small country, but with a large heart. We've welcomed hundreds of thousands of refugees from Colombia and from Venezuela in our country, not because we have too much to go around, but because we believe that human dignity isn't negotiable. It should be defended. But we also have witnessed the darker side of crises in our country. Transnational organized crime has turned our nation into a battlefield. And when others decided to look away, we decided to face that challenge with courage. Ecuador has demonstrated that the new demonstration of young, courageous politicians can restore the authority of the state without losing the humanity of our heart. We recognize the existence of a non-international armed conflict. We designated criminal groups as terrorist organizations, and at the same time, we have been pursuing policies to protect victims and uphold the rights of the innocent. Without security, there are no rights, and without rights, security can be abused. That's the ethical line of this new Ecuador. In the National Assembly, we've worked together with our president, Daniel Noboa, to provide Ecuador with the tools necessary to combat illegal mining, fuel trafficking, and organized crime, because there can be no human development while criminals continue to rule over territories where there is no rule of law. Protecting life also means defending sovereignty and dignity. Today, Ecuador has a new form of politics, young, courageous, and constructive. Politics that doesn't shout, but listens, that doesn't destroy, but builds, that doesn't divide, but tries to unite. We've built a national agenda based on 5 pillars in our National Assembly: security, social development, economic growth, the environment, and infrastructure. Guided by one principle: Ecuador cannot wait any longer. Dear colleagues, humanitarian crises, transnational crime, and climate change know no borders. And therefore, our solutions mustn't know any borders either. The world doesn't need any more speeches. It needs moral courage. It needs leaders that aren't afraid to decide, and parliaments that are conscious of democracy rather than its echo. Ecuador comes to this assembly with a deep conviction. The future will not belong to the most powerful, but to the most compassionate. And the future has already begun. In a small country in South America, where young leaders decided not to be afraid, but to govern with strength and with humanity. And where hope, finally, has a name again: Ecuador. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Narbayeva of Uzbekistan, and followed by Egypt.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chair, distinguished colleagues, the topic of today's discussion holds great urgency and significance. Conflicts, crises, and humanitarian threats unfolding around the world are depriving millions of people of security, food, medical assistance, and the opportunity to live a dignified life. It is important to emphasize that in Uzbekistan, protecting the rights of every citizen and strictly adhering to humanitarian principles have become a priority direction of state policy. Under the leadership of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, systematic measures are being implemented. National programs aimed at supporting those in need during crisis situations are being developed. Special attention is being given to supporting women, children, and persons with disabilities in the areas of social protection, healthcare, and education. The state pays particular attention to migration issues, including internal migration and the protections of citizens' rights abroad. It should be noted that Uzbekistan is actively participating in international humanitarian initiatives. A clear example of this is the program implemented to provide housing, medical, and social assistance to 100 people from the Gaza Strip. These efforts reflect our country's commitment to the principles of humanitarianism and international solidarity. In addition, Uzbekistan provides humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan, including in the fields of education and professional training. At the educational center located in the border city of Termez, 830 Afghan students are currently studying, and in cooperation with the European Union and the UN Development Programme, a vocational training program for 600 people is being implemented, of whom 320 have already completed their studies. The Parliament of Uzbekistan is conducting strict monitoring of these processes and facilitating international cooperation. Within the framework of the Inter-parliamentary Union, we as members of Parliament must take care of the following steps, and we're confident that together we can achieve this. First, we must intensify the exchange of legislative practices as well as social and digital initiatives aimed at providing humanitarian assistance. Second, we should contribute to promoting and implementing programs to assist affected and vulnerable population groups through the coordination and efficient distribution of resources. Third, we must mobilize the necessary funds to implement international projects aimed at protecting lives and health during crisis. Fourth, we should support the training of specialists involved in humanitarian projects, their exchange of experience, as well as ensure strict compliance with humanitarian standards. Dear friends, let us remember that the joint efforts of parliaments around the world play a crucial role in strengthening international solidarity, protecting human rights, and ensuring the effective implementation of humanitarian programs. I call on the parliaments of all countries to work together to protect their citizens, ensure the delivery of humanitarian assistance, and strengthen international solidarity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Gebali from Egypt, and followed by Mr. Milton Dick, the Australia.
معالي السيدة الرئيسة، معالي السيد الأمين العام.
Vice President, IPU Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we all are aware that there are multiple crises and armed conflicts all over the world at an unprecedented rate. Armed conflicts, natural disasters too, and global epidemics. So this global picture gives cause for great concern, and that's why we've been asked today to look at the humanitarian situation in the world and talk about upholding those norms and supporting humanitarian action, which protects the most vulnerable from these crises and can also help prevent crises in the future. I have some questions for us all. Has the humanitarian system avoided politicization? Has humanitarian action today transcended the divisions in our world? Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think they have. The modern-day humanitarian system has failed to rise to the challenges that we face. Challenges, for instance, in Africa and in the Middle East, where we've seen the Gaza Strip destroyed by savage aggression. The Israeli occupying forces have systematically conducted a genocide against the Palestinian people, a systematic violation of their territorial integrity, which has led to a complex humanitarian emergency, a catastrophic situation. Before the eyes of the international community, which has stood by and watched and has applied double standards in the most shameful and unacceptable way. Dear colleagues, Egypt has done its best to try to strengthen humanitarian action in all areas, based on a very comprehensive approach designed to strengthen humanitarian action globally, which we believe is fundamental to achieving sustainable peace, development, and a world with more solidarity. At the global level, Egypt tries to take part in all international efforts to provide humanitarian relief. Egypt is one of the largest contributors to UN peacekeeping forces, and we also participate in development efforts. For instance, we've drawn up a number of development plans, economic, social, and human development. And we have always tried to live up to our humanitarian responsibility. We've welcomed more than 10 million refugees, asylum seekers to our country. Egypt has always pursued a policy based on the principles of respecting the dignity of all refugees. We deliver essential services to refugees who enjoy the same rights as any other Egyptian resident, and we've adopted laws to protect the rights of refugees in accordance with our international obligations and UN treaties in that area. Egypt also hosts the African Office for Reconstruction and Post-Conflict Recovery, which is a center which tries to strengthen sustainable peace and helps to provide assistance in conflict areas. The center also addresses areas connected with post-conflict development and reconstruction. With regard to the situation in Gaza, the Egyptian authorities have been an example in humanitarian action. From the very first days of the conflict, Egypt pursued efforts at the political level to try to seek a ceasefire. And those efforts were crowned with success at the recent conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, a city of peace in Egypt, after more than 2 years of efforts that Egypt has been making along with Qatar and with the support of the United States and Turkey. On another track, in spite of all of the obstacles, Egypt has been trying to deliver humanitarian assistance to Gaza. And in spite of the problems we face, we've done everything we can at the political, diplomatic level to try to ensure that humanitarian assistance gets through. representing 70% of all of the aid that has reached Gaza. 550,000 tons of medical and humanitarian assistance. More than 186 shipments of food aid have also been delivered by plane by Egypt. And more than 30,000 Egyptian volunteers work in non-governmental associations with a view to providing assistance to the people of Gaza. So to conclude, I just wish to reiterate that the global humanitarian system needs review, it needs an overhaul so that we can effectively respond to these crises in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Milton Dick, the Speaker of Australia, and followed by Oman. And after Oman, we will make the break until 2:30.
Thank you, Madam Acting President, and thank you for your leadership during this Assembly and all of your hard work to represent your country, but also the IPU so brilliantly. President and fellow delegates, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this current and very important issue on behalf of the Australian Parliament. We know that around the world the death toll for humanitarian workers is on track to be the highest on record by the end of this year. For years, the greatest risk to aid workers came from road fatalities. Today, it is drones, missiles and other weapons. These people are our nurses, doctors and emergency responders. They risk their own lives to help others. These are the people who will go where many others won't. Conflict zones, disaster areas and communities in crisis. My own region in the Pacific is one of the most natural disaster-prone in the world, and our rescue and recovery efforts rely on the bravery and goodwill of the people who are willing to be on the ground. Where humanitarian workers are unable to operate safely or prevented from operating at all, civilian populations can lose access to food, water, shelter, safety and medical care. And we know these consequences are devastating. Today, the global humanitarian need is severely challenged by the world's capacity to respond. The number of protracted conflicts has increased, while natural disasters are more frequent. In this time of the greatest humanitarian need, the risks involved for humanitarian workers are greater than ever before, which is why it has never been more important for our nations to move to a collective commitment to uphold international laws to ensure accountability and to protect those workers who serve on the front lines. Since 2024, we have witnessed unparalleled violence against humanitarian workers. There have been reports of kidnapping, attacks, arbitrary arrest and threats. An unprecedented 604 humanitarian staff were killed while on duty over this period. Of them, the vast majority were local staff helping their own community while experiencing the same crisis. Recently, we lost one of our very own Australian aid workers, Zomi Frankom, in the Gaza conflict. This essential life-saving work is under threat, and the rules that should keep humanitarian workers and civilians safe are losing effect. Last year, Australia led a ministerial group for the protection of humanitarian personnel. The purpose of the group was to uphold and champion international humanitarian law and pursue action to protect humanitarian workers in conflict zones. Working in partnership with humanitarian organisation, the work has committed itself to developing a global declaration to protect aid workers. I am pleased to inform this 151st Assembly that just last month, the Australian-led delegation for the protection of humanitarian personnel was signed on the 22nd of September 2025 on the eve of the United Nations General Assembly High-Level Week in New York, the same week where Australia formally recognised the State of Palestine. The declaration focuses on three primary issues, which are improved adherence to international humanitarian law, safe and unimpeded humanitarian access, together with enhanced support for local humanitarian personnel, and strengthen accountability for the workers that are being attacked. The declaration reflects Australia's leadership and long-standing commitment to humanitarian principles, a rules-based order and the protection of civilians as well as humanitarian personnel. Over 100 countries have now endorsed the declaration, including Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, Japan, Jordan, Sierra Leone, Switzerland and the United Kingdom, who partnered with Australia to develop it. Australia strongly encourages other countries, and particularly member parliaments of the IPU, to join this effort and endorse the declaration. We also encourage IPU member parliaments to advocate for endorsement with their own governments. It has never been more important for the international community to come together and recommit itself to protecting humanitarian personnel and civilian populations caught up in these armed conflicts. We, as parliamentarians, have a fundamental role to play in ensuring that international humanitarian law, including the Declaration on the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, are properly implemented under domestic law. We have oversight responsibilities to ensure that our military and security forces have the training and knowledge of international humanitarian law. Together, we can ensure our governments are accountable to their people for their actions in times of conflicts and crises. Together, as members of the IPU at this historic 151st Assembly, let us all advocate for strong international commitment to legal frameworks to ensure that civilians in armed conflict and humanitarian workers everywhere around the world are protected. I thank the Assembly.
Thank you so much, Milton. The next speaker is Mr. Mavali from Oman.
Thank you. Thank you, the chairperson of this session. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيسة الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، أصحاب المعالي.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful, Madam Vice President, leaders of delegations, Secretary General of the IPU, colleagues, fellow parliamentarians. May God's peace and blessings be upon you. It is a pleasure for me and for my delegation to thank the IPU for the excellent preparatory work done for this 151st Assembly. This meeting will play a great role when it comes to our meeting our objectives and ensuring that we carry on with the work that we have begun at previous meetings. This assembly is being held with the theme of upholding humanitarian norms and doing what we can to ensure we have a safer world. We must do what we can to ensure that we uphold those principles we all believe in, and this will have a positive effect on our peoples and our parliaments. The objective of humanitarian action at times of crisis, and particularly in difficult economic and political times, is a duty for all of us. This, given the crises and conflicts that are currently underway. We have armed conflict, natural disasters, and economic crises. All of this means that we have grave responsibilities. They also mean that humanitarianism is coming up against unexpected difficulties. States, parliaments, and humanitarian organizations have a key role to play in order to ensure that humanitarian action does not lose its content. We must do what we can to ensure that humanitarian action is protected, and that means that we need a genuine commitment in order to ensure that we can ensure the organizational infrastructure that ensure that the principles of humanitarianism are respected. We need to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those who need it. This must include working through partnerships between the public and private sectors, as well as working with international bodies that work in the area of international humanitarian relief. This in keeping with our principles. All of this is vital if we are to maintain the credibility and sustainability of humanitarianism. In this context, we feel that there is a need to have an exchange of experience in a legislative framework. That kind of exchange would help us ensure that international humanitarian action is carried out and peace and security are protected. We have in humanitarianism a shared language. We can work to preserve human dignity, particularly in times of crisis. This is the genuine benchmark of any human society, any way by which our humanitarianism is measured. We need to ensure that we all work together in a united fashion focused on human dignity. We must ensure that when there are crises, we ensure that we do our very best to see that we have a more just and more sustainable future. These are the cornerstones of any political undertaking. There's the Oman Declaration of 2024 is a way of ensuring, shows a way of ensuring that we have a fair society that ensures that humanitarian action is a fundamental principle and a part and parcel of national humanity. In this context, the Oman Vision hopes to ensure that our society and our activity are enlisted in undertakings that act with respect to humanitarian norms in order to ensure that all have access to humanitarian aid. We also need to ensure that we have a legislative and organizational frameworks that enable us to work with international organizations, and we're hoping to build up the capacity of Oman in order to ensure that we are able to react quickly when there are crises. In this respect, we would stress the need to respect the principles underpinning humanitarian aid in order to ensure that we can act in ways that take into account the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to ensure that we have the best possible future. Our Sultanate and our authorities, particularly the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, as well as our volunteers, are all committed to doing everything possible in order to provide humanitarian aid to those in need. This without any discrimination or any decision based on political considerations. We need to act with the purest possible humanism, and we have worked, therefore, with the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Action, as well as the Red Cross. This in the interest of ensuring that we have the best possible national and international methods available in order to ensure that we can act promptly and fairly. Distinguished delegates, I do wonder, how can we talk about the significance of humanitarianism when we see that that humanitarian work is being undermined, and when actions are taken against humanitarian agencies? people who are responsible for these agencies are at risk. This is what has happened in Palestine and particularly in Gaza. We have seen alarming developments on that front. We are all perfectly aware of the fact that the number of victims is growing, and we are facing a major challenge if we are to ensure that humanitarian principles and values are respected. And we would like to reiterate our commitment to strengthening humanitarian efforts, working with our regional and international partners. We want to ensure that everything is done to provide humanitarian aid and that it be done with an open heart and sincerity. We have principles based on peace and security, and we want to act in conjunction with people's wish to live in peace and freedom. We must ensure that the IPU principles, which I have just repeated, are respected, and I therefore would like to make an appeal to all parliamentarians. We need to stop attacks, stop violations. We need to ensure that human rights are respected. This will enable us to reach a more peaceful world where people can enjoy their principles, values, and rights. And in conclusion, I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. So we have now break until 2:30. Thank you.
Exact.